Welcome back. For those that are just arriving in here from the ads, this is in particular the 24-hour streams. We usually have 4-hour blocks where we play a game and have a good time, and then there's kind of like a 1 hour of like much more of relax, chill vibes. I know in Halloween we usually watch like horror YouTube or something like that, but for our anniversary, I'd like to have those moments, that period of time, to kind of look back of where we've gone. Let's see if I can I can. Perfect. And just see how well we've done in what we've done so far, and just kind of talk about that kind of stuff, and then work on some costumes if possible today, because your boy bit off more than he could chew. I know, shocker to absolutely no one. But I have the next costume for the next game done, but every costume after that is not finished. So I'm hoping to catch up a little bit with that kind of stuff. Otherwise, I mean, I guess we don't have to use certain ones, but I'd really, really want to if possible. Okay, so we're gonna run this a little bit more quickly than I would have normally. So after I could tell this was it because we're making a banner from the requests here. So this was actually the first banner that we were gonna make for the first year anniversary, in which gonna be so real, wasn't able to finish. But it is something that, especially after, depending on I imagine y'all are probably not going to be as into it this time around, because it's like, you didn't even do the first one, why would you do the second one? But I do intend to finish the first one, and I do intend to do the second one like soon. It's something where it's just like pretty much as soon as I'm done with the charity sticker, like it's going to be something I'm actively working on. So, just know that this isn't going to just be put aside like everything else. So this, I think, was the first time, I want to say, this was the first time that we made something of the community, or like as a community, where we drew it on stream. And I think this was the start. I think this was the start of the beginning of it all. Of us doing art as a community live on stream, and we tried different ones. I think this was whiteboard, I want to say, something like that, and we had like a Pokemon kind of like contest kind of deal, and it was very cute and very good. I really, really liked it. And then this one where we the Scribble Master. Oh yeah, I remember this is the one where Scribble Master, where I had to draw something and then y'all had to guess it. It was like, we did that as a community where it would be someone has to draw from a word, and then other people had to guess what that word was originally, the drawing was originally based off of. And I did get second place, that's true. This is where we started actively working on costumes in real time. And then here, 9 months ago, I think this was the one that we started doing. No, this wasn't the one. I was gonna say, like, I thought this was when we started doing the not manga. What was it called? Hold on, let me look. Because I believe Magma. Like, it's been a hot minute, and I'll show off the Magma ones in a second after we finish going through this. We made some emotes live just a month ago. Damn. I think the month ago thing here is like when I finally started catching up on the VOD, so a lot of these will be like a month ago, etc. Here it is though. This is definitely where we started doing the Magma, was here. And then Time to Lurk and Draw, and then this is trying to do the like work together go art one, making the new blanket, and we can kind of like see. In fact, this is the one that we were need to work on, is the Allosaurus charity sticker that I mentioned earlier. So as far as like art in general, it's always been kind of one of those things that we do occasionally on the side. It wasn't anything like super consistent, because even with the whole art thing, as you can kind of tell, it's like art, but then there's a lot of Sunday chill day here. So, but Sunday chill days have not been consistently like art days. They've always existed to a certain degree. As you can kind of tell, we have like 70 videos of it. But like sometimes we play Peak, sometimes we do art, sometimes we do stuff off the community, sometimes we like watch videos, like we do tier lists, like that kind of deal. So it's kind of one of those things where sometimes we do Power Wash Sim, we just do something relaxing. Or like sometimes we do collabs, you know, whatever. But I've really started to like us having Sunday chill days have more of an art focus to them. And I think I would like to continue doing that. And I can kind of show you what I mean in our Discord here. For those that don't know, we have a Discord. And if you look at that. We even have our own like little magma where when we finish up, I take a snippet and I have it posted here on our Discord, so that it's, you know, it stays. And look at all these. This is Ludo, one of our more recent community members, very talented individual. But honestly, all of y'all are. All of you are very good. Even like some of you are just like, you know, I'm not all that good, but then you come up with like really fun and interesting ideas, and it's just so good. But like here's the Spinosaurus based off like a pink flamingo. Like Thanos snapping the dinosaurs, like horseshoe crabs. I think this is Foxy doing art for their like album that they do. I know this line here was an accident. I forgot to remove it before pasting it, but like overall, like it's so talented. So I want to continue doing stuff like that. I really, really do want to make it more. I want to make it more of a staple to what we do, right? Where we do more of an art, and there's been a couple of places now where we've raided into individuals that are doing art with a lot of like supporting and supportive communities, and that's one of the things that I've been, and we'll talk about it more on the next break, where we just look at our year as a whole overall. So I want to stick to the art for now. Granted, I probably should have flipped them a bit as far as just congruency and stuff. That's probably not the right word, but yeah. So I think I don't want to give myself a grade on this, but I kind of wish we did more art, and I do plan on wanting to do more art, and I like utilizing having where y'all are drawing on there. Y'all are so far very responsible for the art that we put up there for the most part. So as long as we can continue like staying within the boundaries of the rules and restrictions of that, which I think is just keeping it TOS and PG-13, and I haven't had any issues with that. But if, you know, we get to a point where that gets taken advantage of, then we can't move forward, continue doing it. But here's I think there's something to be said about offering that trust, willingness to trust and take that risk with people. I think most people take that seriously. I think they appreciate being trusted with that kind of responsibility, and knowing that it's like, hey, if you don't take this seriously, it's going to go away. And I want to enjoy it while I still have it, while it's still there, right? And so I want to continue making cool art for y'all and with y'all. And you know, if it ends up that we can't do Magma live because, you know, something happens in the future, then, you know, we will adjust accordingly. But I do want Sunday chill days to be more like art days now, and have that more of a consistent thing. I mean, we could still, overall, Sunday chill days were originally supposed to be community day. It was supposed to be a day where I celebrate being with y'all, the community. Like, that was the intent. It was very much more lax, and, you know, sometimes with especially with collabs, where it's like I'm not able to really give y'all the attention and focus that I usually give. And even when we play games, it's kind of like, you know, we still have conversations here and there, but my focus isn't on y'all. Versus Sunday chill days have always been like a community focused day where we play games together or make art together or just hang out and just, you know, just shoot the shit, you know. And so it's always been one of my favorite days to stream, Sunday chill day. If you were to ask Idealist, you could only stream one day a week, what streams would you take away? Sunday chill day would be the last one. I would give away game dev day, spoiler day, and our just like playing games day before I would want to give up our community Sunday chill day guy. Because the whole point, at least to me, of streaming is that human part, is that human piece where, like, of all the things that I'm going to do with my, like, all the projects I'm going to work on and all the things that I'm going to accomplish, and you know, as I tend to get lost in the sauce of it all, it's so important to keep that human element and just talk and just be there and just have a conversation and just, you know, even if it's talking about a bad day, so maybe it's not talking at all, really, but I think I'm a pretty decent yapper. So I think, yeah. So if I were to, as far as the future of art on this stream, more art, and so I'm gonna be so real with y'all. What I was planning on doing for this art one in particular, that I was really excited for, that we're gonna have to, again, because I wasn't able to finish what I wanted to finish, we're gonna have to wait. The biggest difference for this upcoming year versus the last year is that I plan on opening commissions for the first time ever, because I've had multiple people ask about it. I've had multiple people be interested in it, and I'm just not doing it. And when I think of reasons not to do it, it's self-sabotage in a lot of ways. It's the not good enough part of the brain, the parts that I've been slowly, you know, getting a healthy and healthier mindset for, but, you know, still exist and probably will exist forever. But I was planning on today during that be like, okay, cool, we're doing it live, I'm going to release it live on stream and be like, this is what we're doing. But instead it's gonna be more of a I give you my word kind of deal, on all the list of other things I've given y'all a word for. Hopefully I don't seem too what's the word I'm looking for, not dependable. Hopefully y'all don't see me in that light, even though I see myself in that light with all the things. I have the list of all the things that need to be taken care of. Hold on. Like, look at this. Look at all of this. All the redeems here that need to be done. The blanket updates there. And then, like, so many other things that need to be taken care of. Plus, like, the first anniversary stuff and releasing the blanket. Like, there's so much stuff that I said I was going to do that I still haven't done, that it's not surprising that y'all don't take advantage of it as often as I anticipate, because I haven't finished what I said I was going to do before. And I need to do better with that. So if I were to say there's 2 things that I want for the future of art on this channel, is opening commissions and really chipping away at the redeems that have been made and making it so that y'all spend your time redeeming really cool, interesting, fun, inspired things, and I get to be able to make it for you. And what I'm really hoping is that the day that I open commissions, I will see that as one of the most pivotal moments of my career. And that I will be pleasantly surprised and amazed and supported, and I would be like, man, I wish I did this sooner. But that's neither here nor there. Now, come on. I need to get stuff. I need to start working on it. I don't know if anyone's even awake, but I'm still gonna open magma for y'all. We're gonna have it. We're gonna have it so that we are good. Boom. And I'm gonna get everything ready on this side. I only have 30 minutes. My God. Something tells me that I'm gonna have to. What's the next one? I gotta know. What was the next one that we were gonna do? I think it's game dev. It might be as a whole. Oh boy. Not that one. Your recap. Yeah. And then we have costumes and interactions. And then game dev journey. Yeah. So yeah. So let me see if I can grab that. Let me go ahead and... Hey, Dragon, welcome in. How are you doing on this fine day? Copy link. Pin. Magma code. Boop. Why did that not happen? Pin magma code. Why is it not pinning? Is that pinning? Why is it eating it like it's just like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, it's not happening. That's crazy. Planning to do some cleaning and then go out with a friend. Oh, hell yeah. Hope you have fun. Right now, can I just do this? All right, there we go. I don't know why I can't pin something right now, but I can't. If you want to join with the magma, you're more than welcome to. Basically, this is a little bit of a art break. This is a bit of a break between games. Your boy got bit way more than they can chew, and I need to catch up on some costumes for literally today. So I'm going to be hooking that. You know what? For the sake of speed. I'm not going to hook up what's on my end just because it would be spoilers. And I was thinking back and forth, it's like, should I just not do it? Because I don't want to spoil y'all with the different new costumes that you're going to literally see in a few hours. So I think I'm just going to work on it while y'all work on your other art. No, I should show it. You're fine. Just don't look at the... Just don't look at it. Let's see. But welcome in, Dragon. I was gonna say it's early, but it's probably not early for you, is it? It's like 8:30 here. Yeah, it's not that bad. It is 4:30 here, so it's pretty bad. Move that drink out of the way, and then when we transfer over to the new game, I'll get like a bowl of cereal to eat because I haven't eaten anything. But I made sure to get some like stream friendly foods for today. Alrighty then. Oh yeah, no worries. This is like a quick little something. There we go. Let's see if I can do this. Or let's see, not if I can, but more or less see if it's cooperating. Alright, let's see. Basically, we're gonna be... I did not hear about that. I mean... I kinda wanna say the kinda wanna say like, oh really? Oh man. So yeah, we're gonna be working on just trying to catch up as fast as possible so that we could finish everything. But your boy, I literally got up at like 8 to work on stuff, but between trying to get extra snack stuff for stream plus catching up on sleep, because the overnight shift stuff really messed up my sleep schedule. I just wasn't able to get things as much done as I expected to today. So we're here. That's what we're here for. Okay, that looks all good. Is this solid? This looks good. Okay. And now that one looks fine, and then now it's the shadows. It's the shadows that we need to worry about. Boom. Boom. And then boom. There we are. Gotcha. Just adding quick little shadows. Nothing crazy. Just very much on the edges, underneath, give the impression of what's the word? Layering and lighting. But again, nothing crazy. But it also gives like a shape, a form to it. You know, as far as the kind of shading, gives a bit of like rounded or angled, or you know. Unfortunately for this particular one, I think we need to add another layer. Actually, no, we don't. I think if we have it so that instead of like this, if we change the shading so it's not coming from above but coming from below, kind of like that. Because I was gonna do like a lighting coming up from the from the cell phone itself. But I'm now gonna flip it. So now it looks like it's coming from the phone, right? There we go. Oop. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. We're gonna go ahead and do that one. Kind of like that. Boom. I think I'm fine with that. And then boom. Boom. Get all the little edges. Boom. Done. Same dealio here. But in order to see everything better, we turn it off. We turn the color off. But yeah, I mean, shading is definitely the easiest part. As far as things that need to get done, is that I was hoping that I have about an hour to take care of this. But then not only did we go over our game a bit, we had a bit of a late start for the actual like art side of stuff. So having less time. Now, if worse comes to worse, we can just get the static done, right? Doesn't need to be the full animated one, even though I really want the full animated one. But there's only so much that you can do, right? Almost forgot at the first anniversary banner, right? Yeah, I certainly didn't. But feel free to put in what you want for the second one. I already stated earlier today that my 2 goals for the future of art on this channel, one, Sundays are going to be a lot more consistently art themed. 2, I am going to be opening up my commissions. I'm planning on moving forward with that. And then the third is really nicking away at the redeems for everything. So like the costumes, the banners, the blankets, the stuff that is stuff that I said I was going to do, and I still intend on doing, but just haven't done. And I don't want to give, I don't know, man. I just don't want to be not dependable. And I feel like that's what I have been doing. Is that y'all is like, you don't want to redeem if I have 20 other things I haven't done. You know what I mean? So let's do this guy. So what are you thinking? What are you thinking, Dragon? What would you like on there? Ratty is doing a Stegosaurus named S'more. So so far that's it. No worries. I'm gonna be here all day, and if you think of it later, you're free to put it in the Discord. Let's see. This one kind of sucks. Let me fix this a bit. There we go. Make another Stegosaurus and call it Lax. Okay. Any particular designs or colorizations or patterns or what you're feeling? Lax Stegosaurus. Okay. Boom. Where is... There it is. This is her ASD movie because that's my favorite shirt so far. Inspo for ASDF movie. Okay. We'll see what we can do. This is what this one looks, by the way, so far. Just Mama Dodo just being like, ah! Do I need to get a reference? You can if you want. If it's easily accessible, then I don't mind. Just doing it. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. This one, I'm actually gonna say... Oh, that one's pretty off. Yeah, this one we're just gonna start fresh. A little bit up. I mean, if it's easy to get, just like if it's just a SDF movie Stegosaurus and then I find it, then that's fine. But if it's a specific one from a specific instance and there's other instances of it where I could get it confused with something, then that one you might want to... Boom, boom, boom. Then just making sure this is the right one, right? Yeah. And then you... Boom, boom. You can just look it up. Exactly. Then don't worry about it. I will certainly find it. I remember there being a lot of Stegosaurus last time too, if I recall correctly. Oh, whoops. I didn't make that brown be a separate thing. Oh, this should be up there. There we go. Let's go ahead and send this out. Export animation. By the way, I export, oh, whoops. $2,000. 2,000 by 2,000. Boom. Perfect. Because this is our third game that we're going to be doing. This is Pacific Drive, where we are doing food delivery. After finishing this one, I still need to do late night shift at a marketplace slash gas station, and then crap, what is it? I can't think of it. It's fine. You'll see. Now what we could do, well, I mean, it's a combination of stuff that we could do, right? We could is like the grease on the bottom of the bag, by the way. First play job, would she be paid in souls? No, money. So the overall theme is streaming isn't paying out as much as we want, so we had to get side jobs to make ends meet. So now Mama Dodo is doing a bunch of gig and or part like other kind of like odd jobs to like help make money. It's also kind of like inspired with me recently taking an overnight stock job recently, where I'm just like, you know what? It's funny. Right, exactly. Rent needs to be paid. There are bills that need to be paid, even in the dark future fantasy world that I have created. That one, yeah. So it looks like things are just as kind of chaotic as anticipated. Alright, so... Then what we're gonna do... In order to do this faster, by the way, what I like to do is... I just do one color and then move on to the next frame. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. You're kind of seeing the process where it's just like, I just want to get this. Because the hard part is the line work. The line work is definitely the most time-consuming part. But that doesn't mean that the other parts don't take time. And essentially, I misjudged as far as the actual amount of time that would take. Why is this one in... Oh, I gotcha. That's why. We'll fix that. We'll fix that in post. Honestly, the brown of the bag is definitely the most complicated one because it has letters, and letters with autofill is a pain. Don't you worry. In about 8-10 minutes or so, we'll be switching over to a costume that is finished. Depending on how long this next one takes, if it takes the full 4 hours or not, it just may be where it's like the beginning of that particular stream, we either spend a portion of that finishing the costume that we weren't able to finish before, or we just go without the costume. Which would be disappointing. But especially some of them are lighter, and especially since it's like I just have 2 more, right? It's like, oh, I could totally do this. It definitely makes me feel like I shouldn't have slept kind of mentality. It's just like, this is what you get for sleeping, trying to catch up on sleep before stream, forehead. And I'm like, no, if I tried to push through that, I would have gotten this done, but I would not be in a good headspace because your boy woke up at like 8 a.m. today. Which means I would have gone essentially a full day and then also done with that, right? Which is not great. And not something that I recommend at all. Yeah. You were also low on sleep? You know what? Let's do this. That's taking too long. So we're just gonna do this. Get what we can. Keep going. Get what you can. Keep going. Get what you can. And then now, what? Do what we missed. Do what we missed. Do what we missed. Boom. See how much faster that was? Oh, where's the sleep redeem? Oh, I would never have a sleep redeem for a 24-hour stream. That's a coward's way out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh wait, oh, that's there we go. So green, green. This definitely needs some love. Look at that. We need to do. Where? Why didn't it pick it up? There we go. Go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Boom. There we are. Now we can get the green in there. Green in there. Green in there. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. And a couple of red. And we can see like little parts where it's like, cool, we missed some purple here, right? And then that's why we also make sure once we're done, or we think we're done, we do a round of just looking at it. So if we look at it now, you can kind of see some stuff blinking in and out, which is bad. This is the paint bucket. We just do what we can, and then we go back with a marker, because I think it's also important in these moments when speed is of the essence. That's when you start to really learn how to try to be efficient with your time. Because I'm just like, cool, I really want to get this done before the end, but by the way, it's not gonna happen. We're not gonna get to this level. I was able to pinpoint imperfections at 4 a.m. Well, I mean, I've been up for a while, so it's not like it's good. It's one of those things where it's just like, cool, good job, idealist. You could function first thing in the morning. I cannot function first thing in the morning. I need at least an hour just to be able to like comprehend what's happening in my life. And I learned that. For me, 3 hours after I wake up is usually when I start to like get going. I've eaten, I've walked around, I've processed today. I can get started on things. 2 hours minimum. 1 hour is not long enough for me, as far as being able to like get started on stuff. We need some purple to kind of pick up some mistakes here and there. See, for me, it's the morning and afternoon. It's good past midnight. I'm drained. Exactly. I'm a night owl. That's why the whole overnight thing seems to be a really good fit. Oh gosh, why wasn't I able to... Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Another thing that I highly recommend when you're trying to find imperfections, turn off onion skin, because it makes it hard to see the lighter end of things, because it's usually highlighted from the other areas, the other like cells. And I think... See, there you go. We're good. We have that. But now we still need this guy, right? And it's already time. So we were able to get the static one of these. I do not know if this next one will last a full 4 hours. We will see. I think instead of it not, because if it lasts like, let's say it lasts a single hour, then I'm gonna see if we can get do the demo for the second one, because I think there's 2. If not, if it ends up being like 2 or 3 hours, then we're just gonna call it a little bit early and then continue working on these costumes. We're gonna be multitasking on the fly, baby. And with that, it is 5, so it's time for us to transition to the next one, which is going to be a little bit spoopy, so keep that in mind. And with a new costume that is complete and ready to go. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to go into ad break. I'm going to get that prepared, as well as the costume prepared, as well as getting some like cereal, and we're just gonna like to spend the first like 10-15 minutes introducing the new costume and like getting a quick bite to eat and take care, do the take care of ourselves kind of deal. So see y'all in a little bit. Drink some water, eat some food, do what you need to do. See y'all in a second. There we are. Boop boop. Cool. Let's see if pinning works again. Pin magma link. Copy link. There we go. Why is /pin not working? Yeah, pinning's not working. Here's the link. I'll post in Discord too. There we are. Magma. And now I'm gonna look. Children's Hospital color theory. Trail of red smeared across the hospital floor is only going to suggest blood and nothing. Local children's hospital recently redecorated, and I'm not too sure if they really thought things out. That's really funny. That's really funny. Yeah, they really didn't think that out. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. Oh, let's get back to comfy. Comfy. Actually, you know what? We'll keep this for the rest of this sesh because we cut it short. So there's a download list that's great to look through. Yeah, I just saw it as far as like the thing where they had like the smear on the ground as if it was like guiding kids, but it's like red, it looks like blood, and you're just like, what? Very funny. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Feel free to jump into Magma if you so desire. Remember to keep it within TOS and PG-13, and as long as you follow by that, you should be good to go. Where is the... There it is. Boop. ECRB. There should be no more, as far as I'm aware, no more jump scares or darknesses or flat or anything, or monsters, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, no rush. We got a good couple hours, and hopefully that will be enough time to have me fully catch up on the rest of the stuff. So then we don't need to do this again. But we shall see. So be right back. Hello again. I got myself some water as well. Yeah. Ugh. Let's get everything going. We can definitely do finish the next one with 2 hours to spare. I think we can catch up on all the other ones, and we might be able to go back and fix the older ones, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. But at the very least, I would like to get that done by 9 o'clock, right? Yeah, 9 o'clock, because then we're doing the 1 hour of just looking at our journey overall and what we've done and what we accomplished and the decisions we made, and just as like an overall, just kind of like, this is what we were in the last year, right? I think that's important. Alright, we need to get this out of the way. Get that out of the way. Get out. And then we'll do a driver. We'll do Pacific Drive, and then I believe, what was it, that one? Game Dev, I think, is the last one that we do. So that one will be costume tier list and looking at all the costumes that we did in the last year. Then it's headliners with Melon and Kit. Then game dev journey with finally late night shift slash it's like the supermarket thing, and then that'll be it. So yeah, I will say this is definitely like the slowest feeling 24-hour one. I remember the other ones going by real fast. I wonder if that's just a sign of well, I am older. I am older now. I grow older by the year. My God. Alright, let's see here. Honestly, straight up, we're just gonna do that, and then we're just gonna oh right, I should probably actually show you, finish having this. That's probably a good idea. And boop. Yep, there it is. Not enough caffeine, honestly. Oh, by the way, Scallion, did you see the first costume? I forget. Did you see caffeinated Mama Dodo? It's pretty funny. You did? Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Oop. And then promptly passed out. Yeah. Tired enough that whenever my eyes close, I can feel myself falling asleep. Yeah. Yeah, not surprising. Yeah. Were you able to, and you were able to take care of your laundry though, so that's pretty good. Okie dokie. Got that. Looks like everything's good to go. And boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Perfect. The bones on the inside is probably the easiest thing to take care of. I'll probably do something fun with these at some point. Today is not that day. Today is about efficiency and doing things quickly, but still getting it done at the quality that you want to get it. And it has been argued many a time that it's only through that process do you really get better really quickly. When you try to do as much as you can with as little as you can. And I could see it. I could see it. But I also think it shows to a certain degree when you... I'm not going to say people could tell when you rush, but I think people could tell the opposite. I think people could tell when you take your time. Not that they could tell that you rushed it, because I don't think that's true, or at least certainly not the common Joe off the street can't. But I think anyone can tell that it's just like, holy shit, you really put in a lot of time into this. And that unfortunately, we are going to miss a little bit here. But that's okay. We have made... essentially multiple and 5 animations, no, 10 animations in one day. And I remember sitting here being like, because I talked about in the the art in between, how I decided that I'm gonna open commissions. And I was sitting here being like, well, if let's say I charged like, make sure all this looks good. If hypothetical, if I made little animated PNG tubers for people and I charged like $50 each, then technically I would have made like, if I did all 5 in one day, I would have made $250 a day in a single day, which would have been crazy. And more than double than I make at my current job. But I need to make sure my quality is good. And I didn't even get 5 done. Oh, I didn't. It's not that I didn't get 5 done. I didn't get 10 done. I got 4 done. But 5 of those are just less to do with animations and more to do with just wiggly lines. Like, it's like this, right? Which is good. It's solid. It's a solid get. And this are very different in demand as far as how much time. And I think if anything, it probably would be better to equate it similar to the amount of frames one makes. The talking animations are 6 frames, and the not talking animations are 3. And about in the same span, in 6 seconds, or not 6 seconds, it's 6 frames per 12 frames per second, so it's every half second, something along the lines of those lines. Okay. And we get rid of all these. I don't even know why I bothered with the keeping the shading over. I never use it. Well, that's also another thing too. When you do this more and more times, you kind of what's the word I'm looking for? You kind of see the weaknesses of it, you know? You kind of see the weaknesses of what's going on in your I wouldn't even say style, but in your process. And when you kind of allow yourself to see those kinds of weaknesses, because it's easy to get lost in the sauce as far as just getting things done, and it's even easier to fall into the loophole of like, I don't want to make any mistakes, or I don't want to be inefficient at all. I want to make sure that it's just as streamlined as possible. That's the pitfall that I fall into, right? Where it's like I spend a lot more time than I should looking up how to go about doing things in a way where I'm not making the mistakes that other people are making. Because I equate the me not actively doing something as like the barrier to entry. The reason I'm not doing it is because I haven't streamlined it enough. I haven't removed the friction of me doing it enough. And I think there's some level of truth behind that. Like planning, I liked the mentality of I forget his name. It's not Tommy Profit, that's the producer. Adam Duff, I think his name. Very intelligent artist, very inspiring artist. Love his stuff, love his work. And he shit, I lost my train of thought. Crap. It'll come to me. It will. Don't worry. It'll fly its way back into my brain one way or another. Oh, yes, I remember. I believe it was him who said this. I could be wrong. He might not have actually said this. Good job, Idealist. You're so good at telling stories. My God. If you sit down and your first thing that you do is figure out what you're going to do that day, you're already failing. By the time you sit down for the day, you should already know and have planned out what you'll be doing. So as soon as you sit down, you can just go. You can just do the thing. Which is why a lot of times I have planning days where I plan for the whole week. Which I've learned, I'm not a plan for the whole week kind of guy. Like, I think at most I could probably plan like 2 or 3 days in advance. Anything beyond that, the fickles of the universe and my own mind and body is beyond the comprehension of being able to plan for it. Because whenever I do the whole weekly thing, I'm good for like a couple days, and then like the third day, I'm super tired, and I'm like, cool, but I didn't plan for this day to be a rest day. And it's like, haha, too bad, you don't plan for that. And I'm like, shit, and then everything gets thrown off. Or something pops up that doesn't like happen often, and I'm just like, well, I guess we're doing this today. Ay vey. So finding a way to make sure to plan around and like, but in a way that works for your brain, in the way that your brain likes to. So there's the reason that it's special in particular, as far as planning ahead and just starting. That's why you make plans in case something happens. Yes, Yes, but you can't plan for everything, right? You can't plan. You don't know when you're about to hit your limit. Well, at least I don't. I don't know when I'm about to hit my limit. My limit either is or is not crossed. And I'm getting better. I'm getting better to tell the signs, the feelings, etc. for knowing when my limit is getting close to being reached. But, like, it's important to make plans, but you need to have the flexibility of when plans go awry. You can't plan for every outcome unless you're Batman. If you're Batman, yeah, that's different, but I believe there's also a certain level of psychosis with that. You know what I mean? Your an ability to plan around every single actual possible reality, and that being like an achievable thing that you can do, is not like a thing where you should be like, cool, good job, let's aspire to be that way. It's more like, I can't imagine a more exhausting way to live. So make your plans, figure things out, but find it in a way that feels right for you. And do it, I highly recommend you do it sooner rather than later. The more that you know how your body and mind works and how to build a life around the way that you function, the easier life ends up being for you. That's just kind of the way it goes. I myself never really did that. Granted, like I was considered myself very introspective and like I'm very in tune with my emotions and all that other jazz, but we all saw kind of the end result of that is just not super great. But what matters is, like, you can listen to every single advice in the world, because I can give you what works for me and what doesn't work for me, right? But you're not me. At least I hope not. I wouldn't recommend being me. I wouldn't recommend it. But, like, so figuring out what works best for you allows you to kind of, like, skip a lot of the difficult shit. Because especially if you're early into, like, let's say you're still like in high school or something, right? Or early college. Like, I wasn't taught how to study appropriately in an efficient manner. Let's put it this way. I was taught how to study efficiently, but by the standards of like my peers, but myself specifically, that works for me and only me. Like, I didn't do that. I naturally kind of fell into a I kind of fell into a rhythm that kind of worked for me. Honestly, it's been so long since I've studied. I think it's just rapid fire and consistent repetition. If I had to put it into like just trying to remember, because you're asking me to remember to something that was like decades ago, I would say note cards, where you make little note card smart sheets or whatever, and then you flash it in front, and then I'm like, mitochondria on the back of the card is powerhouse of the cell, and I flip it over and I try to remember that equates the definition of the words in the back of the card. Like that kind of nonsense, where it's about like making the studying habit and then just constantly trying to predict and test yourself over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I didn't learn until way into college that it was so much easier to learn when I was trying to explain and teach other people of my class the topic. I learned real quick when I know that I'm going to have to explain things in layman's terms to other people. As soon as I do that, it clicks in so easily. It's just like, cool, I know exactly what I need to do. Because in order to, like, regurgitation has been something that is difficult for me. I'm not good with regurgitation. And I'm especially not good with specific names for things. And that's very much a me problem. Like, y'all see it all the time. I forget words. I'll remember everything about you, but I'll forget your name. And yet, I've had history class before, right? Like, there's only so much that I can do if I can't remember friends' names that I've known for months at a time. And you expect me to know who, like, founded America or something. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I barely know, like, my friend's brother's name, let alone, like, things that are more relevant in my life right now. Writing things down helps solidify things for me, yes. What ended up happening in college, or at least what I ended up doing in college, in a unique kind of, like, study pattern, is that I would study on and off for an hour. So it's like I study for an hour, then I'll take a break for an hour, then I would study for an hour, then take a break for an hour. And I would do that over a span of like 10 hours. And that helped me, that essentially is what allowed me to kind of like do well enough in school to graduate in college. Is like that kind of repetition, but in a way that allowed my brain to breathe versus just like cramming, which is like just 6 straight hours of just shoving the information in there, you know? So like some people are more auditory, I wouldn't say like the whole auditory learning, etc. Like we all use different kinds of learning and learning styles to certain levels to degree, but I think there's a certain level of effectiveness. It's like, I'm a visual learner. It's like, so is everyone. Everyone's a visual learner. But some people have difficulty grasping, like, I know some people who have difficulty moving things in 3D space in their brains. It's just a weakness that they have in their brain, like, matter. Is it something that they could work on? Definitely, 100% they could totally work on that, but do they really need to? Not really. I don't think so. That's why it's good to have like a team of diverse kinds of individuals with different strengths and weaknesses, so that if you have someone, like for me, it would be really good if I'm the one putting together the study material, and I act as almost like a TA for the group, because the act of me prepping to help other people learn helps me and solidify learning for my test that I will do. And I wish I knew that later in life. Yeah, I love hands-on learning. Hey, Reddy! Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome back. How was your sleep? I think... Where's the missing one? There it is. There you go. There we are. Look at that. There's our driver. Oh, we are missing a single frame somewhere. There you are. There we go. Oh, we're also missing on the bag as well. This is why you want to do this without onion skin, by the way. Because then the frames before and after overlap and it's hard to tell. Good. Well, I'm glad you had a good night's sleep. I myself am tired, but it is a little concerning that I'm already on I only have one more caffeinated drink, and it's 8 a.m. But if any indication of previous 24-hour streams, which we've done quite a few now, this is when I need the caffeine, is early morning. Because I'm not a morning person. Even when I stay up all night, morning sucks for me. So it's usually the 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. or so I'll start picking back up, and then I'm good essentially for the rest of the day. And we finished, what was the name of it? What game did we play? Captured. We played Captured. What you're looking at is a real estate agent, Mama Dodo. No, your ruffled collar is envious. I'm very envious. Actually, let me check. I don't know why this is the case. Let me turn off the glow real quick. See, this is boop. This is what it's supposed to look like, by the way. I thought it was ruffled. Yeah. I'll turn it back on later as far as the glow, but I think the glow needs a little bit more adjustment. I think it's too severe. Unfortunately, we are just way too damn explorative as far as our costumes, that the way I've seen people do the glow, the VTuber glow, etc., I think it might just not work for us. So the way that the VTuber glow works is that you kind of like chroma key certain colors. Okay, so it is rough. Okay, interesting. You chroma key certain colors to then like make it so that it includes or not includes the glow, and essentially is like you add a glow over everything, and then you take the chroma key kind of takes away certain colors so that the things that isn't included are still there and glowing, right? So that's why currently her jacket is see, here's the dynamic mask for the shading of it, and then see her jacket, and then part of the shading of the clipboard is chroma keyed currently. So so there's a bit of an overlay as far as what we're seeing, but at the same time, the dynamic mask, by the way, is essentially, I believe this is what's on the screen. But for normal VTubers, they don't really switch around the colors a whole lot. So they can chroma key the certain colors that aren't their eyes, etc. And for the most part, will be consistent. But in our case, we really kind of do all the different colors of the rainbow. And I really like the glow, and I really want to continue doing the glow. But you know, I wonder about it. I wonder about it as far as properly going about doing it, where some of them it just kind of ruins some costumes and make others look good. So like a good example. So like this one that we have on now ruins it. And at least in my opinion. She doesn't have a pink one on. The clipboard is a little bit kind of meh. But if I switch over to Slime Mama Dodo, it looks amazing. It looks great. It looks great. Yeah, it is the reason why it was pink. So like this looks so cool. I love the way this looks. But and then I also really like the way it makes this one pop. Like it works so well for some, and then it like breaks others. So this one's not bad. Luckily, yellow isn't one of the, or brown seems to be one of those things that it'll take away. So this one's still kind of fine. But this one, it just breaks. So I think, at least for future, this is something that I would have come across during, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not testing, but you know, after seeing how it looks, make sure that it looks good. I'm not missing any frames. So, but because I've rushed it, quality control. I wasn't able to fully quality control it, and I would have caught it early. Then I probably would have just changed the jacket to a slightly different color, and we would have been fine. So, yeah. So this is what it was supposed to look like. Cat's got the zoomies, hell yeah. Also forgot to mention, but in the French Gallery of Evolution, there was a dodo exhibit. Ooh, that's good. All right. Our driving is now good to go. There we are. So our next one is good. We are good to go. Boom. Boom. Hell yeah. We are getting the Mama Dodo employment art. Exactly. That was kind of the theme for today, was that in an employment arc of different odd jobs that Mama Dodo is doing to make some extra cash on the side so we can continue doing what we love here. All right, so our next one is gonna be, what's it gonna be? Mama Dodo drowning in coffee. So funny. So we did that one. So I think what we need to do is this one, which honestly is going to be a lot easier compared to the other ones, because unfortunately I didn't have a good idea of what I wanted. So it's very simple. Boom, boom. There we go. Oh yeah, no. Overcooked seems like a good game to play in this arc. Oh yeah, there's some pretty good ones that I was kind of going back and forth on. I really just wanted to play Captured, which is why I did Real Estate Agent, and I thought Real Estate Agent in a haunted house was a very funny bit, and I still stand by it. I still thought it was a very good bit to go around and be like, oh yeah, no, the toilets talk sometimes. Anyway, that's $400 a month. I like it. I like it a lot. Also, I don't know if you could read the clipboard. It says, please buy it. Please, 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 please. It's very funny. Also, I swear I had a dream about watching you do a collab stream. I mean, depending on what it was, you might have seen, it might have been just a collab stream. It might have been, because there have been some where we had some late night ones where you stop by, but I think you fall asleep. So it's definitely possible, unless it was like collab and then it was something crazy. Also, I made sure that Mama Dodo had dark lines under her eyes for every single costume. That was the overall theme. Is that she is tired. Oh, she's transforming. Sorry. Listen, I'm allowed to be weird and wonky today. Alright? I'm allowed. I also did the Dodo badge as like cursive for this one. I'm allowed to be a little silly. Alright, delete that one. What I will say though, by the way, Mama Dodo looks really cute in a ponytail. This one, she kind of has like a short hair, kind of like shorter hair, kind of caught up underneath her hat, kind of vibe to it. But so far, as far as all the different new hairstyles that we've been kind of trying out, but I like ponytail Mama Dodo. Mama Dodo could easily be translated into rubber duck form. Oh, very much so. Very, very much so. She's very duck coated. In fact, I think I've mentioned this before, but when we make animations for when we transfer Mama Dodo to VTube Studio, a lot of these animations are going to be inspired by pet ducks, especially the way that pet ducks like wag their tail. I think is absolutely effing adorable and is very Mama Dodo coded. So just like those little plump little ducks that are just so cute and adorable are like in an archive that I have like stored somewhere that is just like, hey, use this as future reference for Mama Dodo. So she's gonna be very duck coded. Even though technically I think pigeon would be the closest for like accuracy, but who the fuck cares? Who cares, dude? Like no one cares. No one gives a shit. Like yeah, let's see here. Let's do boom boom. And boop. For those wondering why I'm doing it, or at least what I'm doing, right? I am redrawing over my previous lines, and that's what allows it to have the line wobble per frame. Because if I don't do a line wobble per frame, it's very, very obviously stagnant, and it doesn't feel like that's one of the bigger transfer like improvements to the animations is the line wobble. And I considered like finding like faster ways to like automate the line wobble because it would save a good amount of time. And I think Clip Studio Paint does have that option. You want to know something that kind of sucks, unfortunately? Clip Studio Paint had sale lately, and I bought one thinking that, oh, okay, I don't need a subscription on my iPad anymore. And then after I bought it, I realized that, it turns out that you can't use the like permanent version on an iPad. It has to be on a PC or a Mac operating system. And I was like, fuck, that sucks. If you can, you should totally out the line boil effects on the VTuber model. Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends on the kind of style that I want to move forward with. If I'm keeping this kind of style, definitely. I'm hoping to have a little bit more anime-ish style for Mama Dodo, for the VTuber model. Oh, what do you hate so much about Clip Studio? While you're telling me that, I'll continue the story of, so I was relaxing on one of our art streams, on the art stream, at one of the streamers that we've met recently, and we were hanging out, and they mentioned someone mentioned like, hey, I was like, they mentioned the sale, and I was just like, yeah, there was a sale that just ended a little while ago, and they're like, damn, I really want Clip Studio Paint, but like I guess I missed a sale, but it's so expensive. And I was like, you know what? Let's give this person our thing. And I contacted them and I was like, hey, is it all right if I can give you my Clip Studio One? Because I'm not planning on using it on my PC. I don't have any good interface that I could use Clip Studio Paint on my PC. I have my iPad, right? I was trying to do it to save money and I ended up just spending $30 regardless. So I was just going to give it to them. And we went through this whole process to it, and they were very trusting, and I was very happy to like try to make it work. But then it turned out, because I tried to attempt to use it on my account, I couldn't, like, it was forever linked to my account. Even though they had the code and I gave them the code, they couldn't use it. So I have a dead account on my, like, a dead like lifetime warranty like usage of 5.0 that I can't use or give away. And I'm like, well, shit. Like, the subscription isn't bad. It's $5 a month. That's not for compared to like so many other stuff and how often we use it for everything. It's worth the price for me. So that much I'm willing to be like, okay, $5 a month, it's fine. It just kind of sucks where I run into those situations. Plus, like, well, I could probably easily switch to any other one, like drawing software, because I really don't do anything special with it. Oh, damn it. I used a raster layer instead of a vector layer. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. It does literally nothing for what we're doing. Literally nothing. It's fine. But yeah, the runtime purchase was what was on sale, and I can't give it away. And then a part of me, as soon as I agreed to give it to them, I was just like, I should have just had it as like a with this coming up, I could have just been like, well, what if we had a reward, like a raffle for giving away the Clip Studio to like my community? And like, I could have done it that way, and I'm like, yeah, I could have done it, but I had a feeling that helping a random stranger on the internet, I'm a sucker for I love doing shit like that. I love just helping out random people. That shit's my drug, dude. Nothing makes my day better than just helping random people. Even if it's just like putting away someone else's cart for them. There's just something about it. I'm just like, ah, it heals my soul. I don't get it. I don't know why. I don't know what that says about me as a person. Probably because I'm a people pleaser. Maybe that's something like that. But yeah, it was like that. So essentially that was the issue that I had, Scallion, is that I tried to... I didn't think iPad was considered mobile. I thought iPad was considered Mac operating system. I don't know why I did, but I equate a tablet or an iPad more to a computer than I do a phone. But I see where the mistake was made. You're so good at drawing, Scott. And eventually, we will get to a point. Well, that's another thing that we need to keep in mind when we update Mama Dota's model, and this is something that I am keeping in mind as well, is that I don't want to give up the amazing flexibility we have of just making really fun little costumes for all the little things we do, that doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't take a whole lot of effort. Don't get me wrong, this still took a lot of effort. I wasn't even able to complete it yesterday. But, like, at the same time, I'm like, I didn't have to rig a live 2D model to make it happen. But if I make it super complex and it needs a whole lot of extra somethings, that's a lot more on my plate for just making a goofy little model. Which is another reason why I didn't want to utilize, I didn't want to utilize another artist for all this stuff, because then I would be tied to their availability of what they can and cannot draw on top of the money problem, right? So it would be a money problem and availability issue, just because I'm like, hey, I want to do something goofy, let's do this. And it's like, cool, I could fit you in like 3 months from now. And I'm like, bro, what? I was thinking of doing this like 2 days from now. And they're like, excuse me? Because I don't know, man. I don't know. But I think we're finally reaching a stage in our ability, especially since we started like this new loaf model way of going about things, where Mamadotto kind of went away from the old model and more towards this kind of like jelly bean of a model here. And I think it's resonating with people a lot more than the old one. And we're gonna see what people think as far as comparatively speaking on today, because we're gonna be going over we're gonna do another tier list, and we're gonna include these on that tier list, by the way, what we made today. See, look at that lime waddle. Because even though I was drawing over it as best as I could, this was as best as I could, there's little mistakes, there's little idiosyncrasies that just kind of like split things in a particular way, and it's just the imperfections is what gives it charm. And damn it if that isn't just the way I love. Like, line wobble doesn't take too much time, which is why I'm kind of fine not automating it, especially with the whole AI like shit that's happening. It's the little things where it's just like I could try to find a way to automate it, but damn it if it's just not just poetry to be like, no, I refuse to automate this, because line wobble is the proof that the mistakes is what makes the art. It's the not even mistakes. Yeah, I heard about that. I remember Dragon talking about it. He was also super excited for it. Which, you know, good. But I don't think it is going anywhere, unfortunately. This color stuff we could probably just duplicate. And then just touch up a bit. Alright, let's see here. Get a little bit of that, get a little bit of that. I think that's good for the purple. Blue needs some love. I can't art, the cat's on me. Well, then have the cat also art. I don't know what the problem is. Did you let them know that you're doing art? Did you like get permission to do the art from the cat? Like, what's the problem here? But people will still use it here and there, of course. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said it many times before as far as my place on it. I was super excited for AI until they started using it for gin fucking nonsense. And people are still trying to find a way to use it in a way that doesn't steal from people and just overall just shitty stuff. And I get that. But damn if they're just finding every single excuse under the sun for me to hate it. Did not ask, and instead he simply laid it down on me. Well, that's what cats do. I don't know. That is the biggest cat thing to do that I know of. They just kind of do whatever it is that they want to do. Let's make sure. Let's take that off. Remember for the onion skin. You want to make sure that the onion skin is turned off, or else ogres will show up talking about how important layers are in the cold. I don't know, man. It is too early for me to start yapping some nonsense. That is much more of like a 10 p.m. on a 24-hour stream. If we're at that at 8 a.m., we're gonna be here for a nice trip. Even Scallion is just like, what is Buck talking about? What the fuck? And that, and that. There we go. And boom. When it comes to AI in the medical field, it's so because the ones that summarize your checkup and your file as a whole. Well, I mean, that... The wibble wobble with it, that's not a word, idealist. The, like, back and forth with it is... like... yeah, the summary really sucks, but also a lot of doctors also just kind of suck at what they do. So it's like, it's kind of one of those things with self-driving cars where I was actually a big advocate for it because people really do suck at driving. They just do. And if we could just make it so that people aren't fucking up everything, it would just make it so that's much more consistent and clean, then I'm for it. And then they mess that up significantly. So that was super not fun to be like, well, crap. Why can't we have nice things? Oh, right. We should probably go to ad break. We're gonna go to ad break. It also would be super convenient for disabled people. That is so true. But you know they would just turn it around and be like, self-driving... Well, I mean, they already are. Self-driving cars are replacement employees to deliver shit to you. And I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. I would like no more traffic, please. Oh, this one seems pretty straightforward. Excellent. I will take this one. Oops, sorry by the way. Ads are different. How so? How are the ads different this time around? Anything weird? Sometimes you get like weird ads. I'm excited to make our own ones, dude. Hopefully y'all are too, because I'm gonna... There's actually a couple of them. I'm not gonna go into detail about it, but there are a couple of them that that I've labeled as unsafe ads, where it's not like it's like NSFW or anything like that, but it's just like so emotionally and weirdly charged that I'm like, I don't think I should put this up on stream as like a random thing, because there are certain ones where I'm like, I have to make sure that especially if it's going to be randomly chosen, right, that they need to be relatively okay, regardless if we're like in a spooky game or doing art or you know, doing whatever, or like collab or whatever. And like that particular one that I wanted to, that I really want to make, is just like a creative expression of what of just kind of like a artistic way to process trauma or whatever. And I really want to make it, and I'm like, yeah, but we shouldn't put it up. I'm making it, and maybe like have like a separate like idealist, like ideal ads or whatever. Hello, how are you doing, Brana? Yeah. Yeah, we've been going for a hot minute, and we're only 1/4 of the way through. This is our 2nd year anniversary. This is a 24-hour stream. Started streaming 2 years, maybe not exact day. Look at that. Y'all have been here for like 1.5 years. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy to think about? Where is the time gone? It doesn't feel like it's been that long, hasn't it? It's kind of nutty. This is it. Okay, that's it. Okay, cool. How are you doing, Piranha? How are you doing on this fine day? The theme of the day, by the way, if you're curious, is streaming doesn't pay the bills, so Mama Dodo is taking up odd jobs and is working her multiple jobs today. You're looking at the second job, which is a real estate agent, in which we showed off Captured, which is a horror game where you're stuck in a looping house forever. Very funny. I really like it. And then the one that you happen to miss is radio host Mama Dodo, who might have a caffeine addiction. Maybe. And we're working, and because I am making 5 different special animations for today, and then proceeded to try to do it all in one day because I'm insane. We're catching up. On what I wasn't able to finish before actually starting stream today. I'm like, I got it. I could do this. And technically I could have. If I had like a couple more hours, I would have been able to do it. But I wasn't anticipating how tired I was from the night shift still, that I had to sleep. Oh, Scallion, you need more aerobic. Okay. We went in totally different directions. I'm just assuming they're out of shape. Or do you have tiny legs? You can't just ask somebody that. You can't just ask someone if they have tiny legs. Well, well, I'm not going to ask you as far as your weight gain kind of journey I remember us talking about how you need to gain more weight. especially when you talk about your bones popping out of place. I wish you were healthier or treated your body better. Please be healthy. I want you to live long, fulfilling lives. That goes to all of you. So eat well, be healthy, exercise, the whole 9 yards. I want you here long and healthy, so you can keep on giving me your money. I'm just kidding. I told you the trick that worked for me, right? It was, besides being a fat ass, it was when I needed to gain weight after I had pneumonia, because I lost a lot of weight, when I was in middle school, and I got very sick and I was bedridden for like a month, and it was a vanilla milkshake I made at home every night. It's a lot easier to gain weight by drinking calories than it is eating calories. If you need to get more calories in your body, drink it, don't eat it, because it's like so easy. Like even like a McDonald's milkshake is like 1,000 calories. I have zero appetite unless someone puts food in front of me. That also might be, do you have like ADHD? That's also like a big ADHD thing. Also, I would also be wanting to feed Scallion. If I could, I would feed Scallion. But then again, I feel that way with a vast majority of my friends. I can count on like one hand. That doesn't make any sense. I have like 3 people that immediately come to mind that don't feed themselves properly. That I wish I could just be like, I just throw food in front of them and I'm like, eat! Eat! It's like, you will eat this and you will like it, and it's like, I don't wanna. It's like, I don't remember asking. I don't remember this being a volunteer thing that you can volunteer for. This is what's happening. You're going to eat. I do it too. See, my body is better at that. Granted, it depends. If my mental is bad, it gets bad. It depends if I'm like in a high energy state or not. If I'm in a high energy state, there's a solid chance I'm not eating well. And when I'm like in the like, oh, I'm time to be productive, I have so much energy, and then I just don't eat. This one. We're just gonna copy this over. Boom. Boom. And then we just kind of fill in a bit. Just a little bit. Nothing crazy. I don't see anything that's like outside of the lines or anything. Yeah, high energy me is also a different person. One consistent way to make myself eat is to go on a walk and stop at a food cart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, moving your body. I know for my mom, she was recently diagnosed with diabetes.
Egg.
So going about and exercising is one of the best ways to like just get blood sugar down. It just make it so your body just absorbs the blood sugar that are just floating around. So it's really, really healthy. Just moving around just even a little bit is so good for you. And which is why I've been, trying to do better with that. Because I also have essentially fallen off and gained a rather significant portion of weight that I really wish I didn't. Egg. I went to Cannon Beach a little bit a while ago. I was so hungry because I was actually moving around. Exactly. It sounds to me you just need to move around more. Just make sure, just make it a daily thing. Just move around. And that will help. For some people, it's better than others, But at least for the most part, it seems, it's always good. It's also why I like doing standing desk, sitting desk. and not just do one over the other for too long, because that also helps like keep the blood from just kind of sitting around, not doing anything. All right, here's our press Mama Dodo for headliners, at least for the not talking part. You want to see the uninspired animation for this one? That's it. Like, it's such a non-animation, dude. It's just a little flash, and that's really it. That's the beginning and end of it. It actually wouldn't make a bad emote. It's not a bad caught emote. Apparently people need at least 10-15 pounds they can lose tomorrow in case they need to, like, for medical. Well, I definitely can use... I can lose 40 and be still very healthy. I want to lose close to 60. 60 pounds. I would like to get down to 180. 180 was like the high end of me in high school. I was at 180, and then college put me above 200, got me into 220, and then like post-COVID put me up to like 240. So getting myself back down to like below 200 into the 180 range would, I think, do me a lot of good. Oh, damn. That's a lot, Piranha. Did you manage to get some of it back, or was it... I was actually a twig. Yeah, I bet. You want to gain at least 20 pounds? Yeah. Well, I still recommend... I recommend the smoothie. Go on a walk, go for a walk, and make yourself a vanilla smoothie. You'll be surprised how fast it will stick to you. Because a good vanilla smoothie with like vanilla ice cream, some milk, a little bit of vanilla extract, like that will straight up do like 500-600 calories ish. And if you make it extra thick and you go like, or you splurge on like some extra like creamy ice cream and stuff like that, or extra scoops, like you could easily get that into 1,000. Again, that's what I did to get my weight back. And now I struggle the opposite. Some heavy cream, exactly. Ooh, especially if you can mix some fruits in there too. I'm a sucker for strawberry banana ice milkshake. It is so good. Highly underrated in my opinion. Umpqua makes some really good ice cream. Exactly. Like, especially now that it's getting hotter. Like going out with the weather being nice and then cool yourself off with some ice cream sounds like a really good way to spend your time and your energy doing. Plus, like, just the mental of it, you know? Eat a tasty treat and move your body in the sun sounds like a really good way to spend your body. I think you would find a good change of your brain chemistry. You know what I mean? I'm a sucker for the flavor ice popsicles. I'm a sucker for that stuff, dude. So good. But that stuff is like all sugar. It's just sugar water. That's all it is, dude. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of all these. Because these are all from a previous one. As you can see. Because the heat makes me so mad for some reason. Oh no, like I'm the same way. I mean, heat just... I think it's a very natural thing for heat to like piss you off. So what we're gonna do is 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think exactly the same, right? Yep, exactly the same. So we'll just make those copies be that. But yeah, no, like heat causing anger issues is not like, that's a very normal thing. I run hot, so I hit that limit pretty easily too. I'm with you there, Scallion. I'm the same way. All right, so that is, and then the lanyard is brown. So it is boom. So it's kind of like that. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. And again, this is where we're learning the little things that make your process a little easier, a little faster. Learning how to make it so you do things quickly, or at least more efficiently. In my case, it's you do the colors in each frame first. You don't click off of it. You just do that. I need to move this up. Sorry, I keep on nicking it. Much rather have a frostbite than a bit too warm. I wouldn't go that far. Frostbite is nasty. Frostbite does nasty work. But I would definitely rather be cold than hot, because I can warm up. I'll bundle up. I'll add another layer. Too hot is like, I can't get more naked without getting arrested. Oh, right. This one. I was gonna say, wait a minute. In the cold, you can put on layers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what's up. Is this the same dark? It is not the same dark as the camera. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this part is also. There we go. Boom. There we go. Okay, that's a little cleaner now. As far as what is where and when and why and how. I mean, ice storm. I haven't gotten one yet. Well, I wouldn't recommend going through an ice storm. That shit kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I wonder who made that soulless gesture. Oh yeah, I wonder. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Why does it look like there's that's too much hair? It should be fine, but it does look like a bundle of mass on the right. Yeah, we've had a lot of ice storms over here too. It's been not great. Don't get me wrong, I do not like the heat, but at the very least, I don't have to deal with ice storms. So this one is all but like the accents. So boom, 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 boom. Is it just these colors? Yes. Yes. Also, the one thing that I wanted to add to this as well, I wanted to make it look like the lid's cap was still on. So, there's that. You know, ice storms every year, and this is the only one without it. Well, you know, there's global warming for you. Congrats. Have fun. Boom, boom, boom. That one, we're just going to go ahead and boop, boop. Egg. Egg. Did I give you egg for the last year anniversary? When did I give y'all egg? I feel like it was. Or was it affiliate anniversary? I don't remember. I don't remember. It wasn't super early. It wasn't super early. Because I held off on giving y'all any emote that wasn't because I wanted to make the emote lore video first. So I sat on it for a while. So I want to say definitely at least a year. I know it was the first emote, but like I didn't give y'all emotes until well after a year, I want to say. And I just felt bad that it's been a year and I hadn't given y'all. Next to the hive one, yeah. The cat's sitting by his food bowl like I didn't just give him food. You traitor. Oh, right. How are we on here? Let's do this motion. Oh, looks like there's a little bit of blue. But we still need... Oop. And then just finish that off. Boop, boop. There it is. Perfect. That, yep, yeah, the cat has been very ill, and I don't mean like the wraps are really good. I mean like not well. I'm gonna say this one. Unfortunately, our boy Scallion has particular issues with throw up. So, as you can imagine, that causes some problems. That causes some particular problems there. Alright, let's see here. Let's get this out of the way. Honestly, we're just gonna go ahead and just do boom, boom, and then this one will just be linked to 3 and 2. Because it's gonna be the same regardless. Yeah. There's the color. There it is. I'm so disappointed that I didn't think about anything interesting for this one. But it's fine. Because it knows. It knows. Alright, let's see here. That one. I think this one is just just start from scratch. We are doing this from scratch. We are doing this from scratch. Hopefully no one gets scratched by any particular cat. And there you are. Boop. We have a very prey-driven dog. Ooh, yeah, that would do it. That would do it. How many pets do you have, if you don't mind me asking? So that's because that's a cat and a dog. Do you got anything else running around over there? feel like I've asked this question before. But any of y'all, what pets do y'all have? Boom, 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 boom. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's go ahead and just remove that one. Excuse me. Some fish. Okay. Nothing super crazy. That's not bad at all. Boom, boom, boom. Fish. I think there was something wrong with our fish tank growing up. Every single fish in our tank died. Including snails, which I'm just like, how? How do the snails die? And it's not like I didn't feed them, and it's not like I fed them too much. I followed the instructions. I'm a follow instructions kind of guy, even at that age. There's something wrong down there. Yeah, must have moved out. They're like, yeah, F this. The fish tank down the way. The fish tank down the way's rent is a lot cheaper, so we're gonna go down there. And you're like, no. And then we're just boop boop. And then this one is gonna be linked to 3. And this one is linked to 2. Save some time. Look at that. Ugh. Rent was too high. We didn't even demand rent. What's better rent than free? They get paid. We'll actually pay you to live here. It's like, what the shit? Can you beat free? And I'm like, no. Or can you beat that? And I was like, no, not really. It's like, well, there you go. Sucks to suck. And then they just flipped me off with their non-existent middle fingers. And I'm just like, how? How did they do that? That's crazy. So I changed the pH level of the aqueduct. Do y'all remember me telling y'all about that? About how I inadvertently killed my class fish because I thought the little worms in the water was going to kill the fish, so I changed the pH. Yeah. Not my brightest moment. Not my brightest moment as a person. Granted, middle school idealist was, bless his heart. just bless his heart. You know what I mean? Yeah, when they were gone the next day, I was like, no, we're not gonna say anything about that. That teacher was weird, though. That's the teacher that told us about the eyeballs drumstick story, as well as the sickle cell disease story. Oh, this one is like a little bit in front too. There we go. Also was like weirdly creepy to the girls in class. You know what I mean? Like he paid a little too close attention to them. They were like, okay, can you like not? Can you like not do that? That'd be great. So it was just kind of, yeah, he was kind of like he was one of those. And I was like, you'd be great if you like acted like a normal human being. That'd be great. That would be swell, actually. But you know, hopefully, fingers crossed. As from what I understood, nothing happened. my high school gym teacher all over again. Why is it like gym teachers? I was lucky enough that my gym teacher was a very respectable and good person. Because damn if that's not just like one of those things where it's just like, I mean, if I was interested, that seems like a perfect opportunity. You know what I mean? But I am not. Don't you worry about that. No, thank you. That shit is gross and predatory. Just go into their locker. Oh! He went all the way to the fact it went into the locker room? Bro, the fuck? Nani the fuck? Alright, we'll be able to finish this one. I don't think we'll be able to finish the last one. We might be able to finish the last one. We'll see. Here's fingers crossed. But at the very least, we have what we need for the collab. This is the headliners. This is the one. The collab is gonna be later on tonight. With Melon and Kit, so that's gonna be super fun. It's gonna be a good time. But with today being as long as it is, don't feel pressured. Like, we're actually fully caught up with the VODs, by the way, which I'm super happy about. So, granted, it might be a little bit before I post those, just because, like, I'm gonna sleep all tomorrow, so, like, it's gonna be a solid second. I don't know. I think if you manage to snag like a shark dentist, you might get a good rate. If you manage to snag a dentist of a particular species that usually handles a lot worse, you might not be able to, like, it's like, actually this is a steal. What are you talking about? My gym teacher in high school was pretty decent, pretty cool dude. He always referred to me with he called me Mr. and then my last name. And it made me feel special. It was just genuinely a respectable dude. So I really hope that he ended up not being, like, a problem. Because I'm not saying, like, it's impossible, because it's like, it's always just like, oh, you know, he was nice to me, so that's impossible. It's like, yeah, no, that shit don't fly. Why is the whole stereotype for the British is that their teeth are bad? I never understood why. I really don't think it's that bad. At least not that I'm aware of. You think I pay attention enough about people's assumptions for me to have any kind of bias in that direction? Like, please. I have more things to worry about. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of shading in there so that they know that the mouth is above it. Let's do it. Yeah, like that. There we go. But it's so damn funny at times. Oh yeah, no. That is true. It is pretty funny at times. But it's always wondering, it's always good to know where things come from as far as the stereotypes to stuff. I think one of my favorite ones, gotta say, is the whole Karen situation. Because when you think about it, imagine being someone named Karen and you don't fall under that stereotype. And you're just like, my God, is it annoying? Why does everyone assume I want to talk to their manager? I just like this haircut. Which one's the kin? What's the kin one? Sitting in my class, listening to someone go on about how their eyes change color on their emotions. Oh, okay. Do they also have... No, that's mean to say. Do they also transform in under the full moon? The male Karen? Really? I don't see the male version of Karen as kin, though. A lot of the male Karens, because there are a few, there are a good amount actually, they don't come off as kins to me. Kin to me comes off as a cop. All cops are kins. Like, a kin is an undercover cop that tries to get you to sell them alcohol without checking their ID. That's what a kin is in my brain. Not a Karen. I'm trying to think like a good, what a good name for I'm picturing. I can see their face in my head, and it's always like older, very big, like thinned hair, like a thinning hairline, not fully bald, not fully shaven, not fully bald, but like a thin little wisp of a hairline. Veteran? No, that's different. I think veterans are different from Karens. I think veterans are hard asses, and they're stubborn, but they're not, I'm just itching to get you in trouble. They're not power hungry. They could be power hungry. They're like the low cut that they have. Oh. Close to bald? No. I'm talking like they should have shaved their head a while ago because their hairline kept receding, so now they just have some wisps left, but they refused to shave it. So it's like super long, few strands of hair. Border, like, extra bonus points if they comb it over. You know? Yeah, Homer Simpson style. Exactly. But I wouldn't say Homer is a version of Karen. Or the guy version of Karen. It's, what was that meme? There was that video that went viral about the guy who was just like, I'm actually the wife of so-and-so, and he's like, I don't know who that is, and they're like, you can't park here, I'm the wife of so-and-so, and then he's just like, hi, I'm so-and-so, and they're like low, like not even mayor, like they have like this kind of BS government position, and then but they're trotting it like it's like the biggest deal in the world so that they claim a parking spot. You know what I'm talking about? It went huge for a while ago, but it's like, I'm actually blank so-and-so. I think his first name should be the version of Karen. Watch it be Ken. Watch it be Ken. Like, what? It's actually like, that's 100% where it came from. And I'm like, oh, well, now I'm on board. No, but it was like, yeah, it's like, I'm actually wife so-and-so, so you better listen to what I say. Like that kind of vibe. And it's just like, hi, I'm so-and-so. And they're just wait for their response to his name, and it's just like, I don't know who you, like, I don't care. I don't know who you are. All right, let's do this. The classic, we just link the previous ones because we don't want to do it all over again. Because once you get to a certain, when you're going backwards, it's kind of whatever. It's so extra. I do not like this one. I really don't. But you know what? Not all of them can be bangers. This is what we get when we want to make 5 in a day, idealist. You don't let it cook. Things become undercooked. You fool. You know what? Mama Dodo has something to say about it? This one. How dare you? How dare you undercook? Why don't you climb Mount Everest? Why don't you fry eggs on Mount Everest? Why don't you? God. And funny enough, all of these are a little bit raised in comparison to all the other ones. So, funny enough, I've lowered Mama Dodo. So now I'm gonna have to raise them up. Hope you enjoy the egg I sent. Oh, is it in Discord? Hold on. Oh, I love the egg. Oh, it's so good. Isn't that a Parasaur egg? From Ark? I want to say Parasaur. But it's definitely Ark. Right? Am I right with that, or is this Pokemon? Hold on. Monster Hunter? Hold on. Let's see if I can find what the Ark eggs look like. It was orange and green, right? Orange and green. Sarco egg. Here, let me show you. Boom. Sarco egg. This is what I was thinking of when you sent it to me. I was just like, oh, Sarco. But I said Parasaur, which is not correct. But I love it. I like so which Monster Hunter is it? Because I don't remember. Beside if it wasn't in Wild or World, I would not know what it is. Those are the only two that I played. However, the stories look really good, so I've been tempted with that one. But I'm trying not to spend all my newly found like expendable income all at once. Pickle. Oh, Devil Joe. You know what? That would be Devil Joe. That's the perfect color scheme for him. Okie dokie. Boom, boom. Save as. Nope, not save as. Export. Export animation. Nope. Export GIF. And all the way to my drive. Okay. So we have, like, I'm not going to complete it in 7 minutes, but at the very least, I'm going to open it up. The only thing that I have left is the late night one. Which involves Mama Dodo smoking a cigarette. The one where she works at a gas station and then proceeds to smoke. I wanted to make a different animation for this one, but with only 6 frames, I was like, this is the closest I could get to it. Poor Mama Dodo's lungs. But luckily she doesn't have lungs. It also has a hat of saying no smoking, so remember not to smoke. Lungless, exactly. Oh right, I also, on top of this, by the way, I accidentally saved over my base, so now I have to remake the base one. And the only way to do that is to match the color here. So that's going to be fun. Oops. That is an oopsie daisy for me. But as far as coloring and everything goes, it should be pretty straightforward. Because the animation, for the most part... let's go ahead and just get rid of this and this. Like, it's with the exception of the hand, everything's kind of the same. So as you could tell, when I got near the end, my brain was just like, I don't know. The workers that work here like to take smoke breaks. Have her smoke cigarettes. And my brain was just like, is it a good idea to have Mama Dodo smoke? And part of me is just like, just do a no smoking hat and just call it a day. And I'm like, I mean, I guess, but like a little conflicting messages here. So it's definitely one of the ones where I was just like, I don't know. You say so. Just know that I do not advocate for smoking. Oh, it should have been a vape. That would have been kind of funny. But I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how to fucking vape like works. What it looks like to smoke a vape. I guess that they just bring it, they just suck it in and they just blow out the smoke and that's it, right? I'm assuming. It's less animated. It's just do that. And then there was a couple versions where I had her like blowing out smoke, but it never was like, it didn't feel right because it's in a contained square. So it was just oddly either too circular or square. It just didn't work. So I think what we will do, we are gonna have a little bit of an early ad break. We are gonna go down this particular 1 hour break is going to be looking at our journey in the last year. We're going to kind of go down memory lane. Like, we could talk about different, like, our favorite parts, our favorite things, what we're excited that we did, things that we kind of wish we didn't do, and then our plans for, like, the upcoming future as far as what we want to continue doing and or change in the future. So look forward to that. And that's what we'll do for the next hour. And then after that hour, we'll step into Pacific Drive, where we're going to deliver food for money. With a bunch of kids vaping in there. Yeah, no. Mine was just marijuana. It was a lot of marijuana stuff. But no vaping. Vaping, I missed vaping. In the sense of, like, I was out of school by the time vaping was a thing. Like, all school. Like, I don't even think vaping was a thing when I was in grad school. Granted, they might have been at that point, but... Yeah, Pacific Drive. I've been wanting to play that again for a long time. And so, any excuse. And I was just like, food delivery, perfect, let's go. Alright, so I'll see you after the ad break. Get some water, get some food, get some caffeine, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. Be right back. Boop. There we go. Okay, got that. This one I accidentally messed up. This one, this is base one, right? Okay, good. The last thing I want is to accidentally do this again. There we go. Bard OC. Oh, gotcha. Like you pointed. In the Freak Circus, basically every character looks the same. Oh, I did not know that actually. can I select you? I can. There we go. Perfect. And then we're going to go vector. Why didn't it go vector? I even clicked it. How dare you, sir? There you go. No, not you. You, though. I will. There we go. Just making your own tweaks. Well, I mean, tweaks. Did I say that right? I thought it came off as saying twinks. And I'm like, no. That's different. Those are very different. This guy's like, well, I mean, yeah. And then we want a little bit of... I mean, what I kind of want is to have this right here all be the smoke. Boom. Oh, there it is. Let's do that. We got Jester, Harlequin, Pierrot. Is it Parrot or Perot? But they all look the same as you gave me the whole canvas. I'm going to use the whole canvas. By all means. It seems to be mostly just you utilizing it, so go for it, dude. Effin', go for it. I'm not going to tell you no. If other people want to use it, we can open up a new one. Okay, cool. And then we're just gonna boom. Perfect. Okie dokie. Then we can have this one be essentially a copy paste. Nothing too crazy. We might be able to do this in, well, 15, probably not. I got too into talking with y'all. I got too into making a heart-to-heart. How dare I? Why would I dare make a heart-to-heart conversation when I could have been productive? That's the whole effing point. There we go. The bean. Go. Oh, my Dodo looks so done. I really like the way the eyes turned out on these. I think if we... let's try to do our best here. And then whatever we don't get finished now, we'll do for the tier lists. Because I want this on the tier... well, let's do the... tier list, and then we'll add this to the tier list at the end. I don't want to uproot the entire tier list. We're basically just going through all the different costumes for all the stuff that we made throughout the year, which I don't think is a lot. I think I went less crazy. I think we made, if I had to guess, I think we made 35 the first year, and then we made like not 35. I think it was closer to like 30, and then we made like 12 the second year, something along the lines of that. So like a decent chunk, don't get me wrong, but I think part of that was during the whole mental stuff, I wasn't making new costumes. I really was just like focused on just being there, right? And then I think there was a big increase in the quality. Which meant a lot more time investment for each individual one. Which means overall less, but most of them were bangers. Maybe not most of them were bangers, but more bangers than the ones before. Me remembering the camouflage Mamadodo. That just looks like yeah, that's not bad. Camouflage Mamadodo that just looks like there's just boiled spinach poured over her. And I'm like, yeah, not my best work. They can't all be bangers, he says, expecting all of his art to be bangers, knowing full well you need to be bad for a while to be good. And I think we've crossed that threshold a while ago. And I need to accept that I'm not just an artist, I'm a good artist. Even though I don't need to be a good artist. You just be an artist. What determines an artist isn't the quality of the work. Just that you do the work. That's what matters. And look at that. She's so done. Something about the cigarette, dude, so funny. I also just like how big it is compared to her. It's really funny. Oh gosh. The camera one is the most disappointing. This one is like the most simple, but to me funny. The other ones are good. I like good bits. But this one is the funniest. Something about Mamadodo smoking and just having rings under her eyes with a cap that says no smoking is just really funny to me. There we are. This one we're just gonna have a duplicate layer. And then, oop, not that one. What if you made the tongue, you know those little party things when it goes like and it like unfolds? What if you make it one of those? I have this unfortunate thing where I find having interesting body parts that people don't think about very often be interesting. And one of those things were tongues. And now on my Pinterest, there's like a lot of like sus tongues like on my feed. And I'm just like, bro, I just think it's really cool to have teeth on your tongue. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this isn't like a thing. It's just cool. I don't know. How do I tell the algorithm to please stop? But so know that for future character designs, I probably will have interesting tongues. Because I think that shit's cool. And or interesting teeth. Teeth as well. Teeth is pretty badass. As far as having like unique kind of like, especially coming from like a scientist background, having interesting like jaws and teeth arrangement meaning to certain like biology and evolutionary standards, like that shit gets so interesting so quick. So props to that. We're gonna have you there. Make sure all that looks good. I mean, there's some spots here and there, but we, at this point, need to not be picky. There we go. Let's go ahead and knock this down a peg. Got 5 minutes. I think I could at least finish this one up a bit. Even when we switch to doing something else, Galleon, I'm going to keep this open for now. And then I think I'm just going to leave it open for the rest of the stream. So I won't be putting it away. So feel free to keep on using it throughout. Probably until I leave, because then I'm probably going to cut my computer off. In which it would probably close it. But free to draw as much as you want, as you see fit. And then I'll be sure to save it in the magma. Yeah. Yeah, I just won't close the browser. Go. I think that's decent shadows. There you go. Looks good to me. It's just something about her look. The other ones were also funny. This one in particular, I think honestly it's a cigarette. There's just something about it. It's just so funny to me. She looks so done. She looks more done than any other version. which is exactly what I wanted, by the way. I wanted the last one to look like she is like being like, F this earth. Everyone can go burn. Like that kind of. Now I'm looking at up mouths on Pinterest, right? There's some really interesting ones. There are, but like I wish they would tone down the horniness just a little bit. I'm just interested in it because it looks cool. Like it doesn't need to be like this whole thing. However you're into it, I mean I see it. It just ain't my thing. Yes, I know we need to do some energy, but I want to finish this first. We'll finish this up, and then we'll go commercial, ad, whatever. And then we're going to do Pacific Drive, have a good time, deliver some food. Actually, it would be pretty funny if I put food in now during the food like delivery thing, and then it makes it sound like I'm like mooching off of like mooching off of like other people's food. It's like, listen, they didn't pick it up, all right? That's mine now. What? Do you not use boards on Pinterest at all? I use boards for everything. Or do you mean like creating your own art and putting it on Pinterest? Just through my pins and pray. That's wild. I have everything organized. I'll take it. That's pretty good. Okay. And then now this one. We want you. Why is that one looking... I'm confused. Why? Oh, I get it. Onion skin. So actually, this is the first one that's like actually long sleeve. So we'll have a little bit of extra bone here. Yeah. Hey Zelda, welcome in. How are you doing? Dodo on the big speaker. Yeah. How are you doing on this fine day? Hopefully well. We're about to switch over to what was it? What was it that I was about to do? Pacific Drive. Hey, Barbaric! Hey, welcome in! What kind of breakfast have y'all been doing? Did you have a good night's sleep? I can tell you, I didn't. I did not, because I was here. But, I had fun nonetheless. Welcome in. I'm just finishing this up to a point that I'm satisfied with it. And then, come on, there we go. Boom. How are you still unalive? Caffeine, and I'm a night person. Specifically, it's that 5 to like 8 a.m. that gets me. I'm actually pretty good right now. Plain bagel, plain cream cheese, and pumpkin butter. I like it was like plain pumpkin. tell somebody likes fall. I am also a bit of a sucker for fall, so I really have no room to judge. Okay, and then finally, plain pumpkin butter. Oh, well, oh yeah, that's true. Listen, don't want to go too crazy. You don't remember fall? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't remember fall? It just happened. Like 2 seasons ago. And every year since then. Alright. I think that is good enough for that one. Okay. So, sorry that you guys just got in here for an ad break, but we're going to do a quick ad break, and then we're going to be playing some Pacific Drive where Mama Dodo is going to make some money delivering food. This is Odd Job Day, essentially. See y'all in a sec. There you are. That was this is Scallion, by the way. Scallion's work. Excellent work. Just so talented. And we're gonna go ahead and there's a shot. Oh, looks like it's time to turn on the lights now. We've officially gone to the point where we've had to turn the lights on and then off and then on again. And that's how you know you're in the home stretch, by the way. We're in our last little segment here. Well, not the last bit. Just more like 5 hours still. Last bit. So, usually this last bit is the easiest. Because this is usually when I'm the most active, is like right around this time. Between dinner and midnight, in particular, tends to be my, like, energy peak. So we got through the worst of it. Now let's see if this is something that will allow me to share with people in my community. This is magma code. Yep, no, it just will not pin. I cannot pin anything to my channel. Can I do like pin boo? Yeah, I literally can't pin anything. The command for pinning does not work. For whatever reason. Who knows what the world has going for us. But hopefully you're all having a good time so far. I know I've been having a pretty solid time. Make sure that the capture card, I need to reselect the exact same program. Yeah, it's only the case for the 4K capture card. It treats itself as a completely different thing, even though it's labeled exactly. And this is not a rated M, death, blood, whatever. Gore. No, that's not what we're doing. It's certainly not today. It's like today. What do you do normally on your art streams? Well, you know, whatever the muses take us. All right, so we got you. I believe you are done. Oh, right, you are not what we're utilizing. It's you. You are done. Okay, this is the last little bit, and this is the last costume, by the way. This little costume is meant as like a representative of like working at a supercenter / gas station kind of deal. And then the one we're gonna finish up now is this one wasn't exactly how I wanted the animation to go, but with only 6 frames, it's not bad. I think I would have needed more. And don't get me wrong, I guess I could have gotten more than 6 frames, but with only having one costume more than 6 frames, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just not the same. What was I gonna do? I was just gonna make sure that there wasn't anything like absolutely demanding my attention there. Okay, we're good. Okay, dokie. So we're gonna delete you. Delete you. And honestly, the we could probably just start from here. The 24-hour streams are not that bad. Don't get me wrong, there are tough walls and moments and stuff like that, but as long as you're able to get through it with the right kind of I guess just caffeine and or experience lined up. So like a lot of the lower energy stuff I usually do in the beginning. Because if I did like the lower energy stuff near the end, I wouldn't be able to get through the end. So that's why I kind of like, because not only is people's availability tend to be better later in the day, but also when you're like at that point where you've been at it for a while, you need that extra kind of stimulation, like socially, to like try to get through it. And it is very, very good. Alright, let's double check here. Let's just do the... Is that what that one is? Yeah, okay. Sometimes it gets a little bit... convoluted is the wrong term for it. But sometimes it'll switch up, right? I'll utilize a very similar looking color for shading. So and then I'm just like, oh, I shade it with this color, and then I'm gonna make it even darker with this color. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize if I am a bit rambly. There are 2 things that tend to happen when I do not get enough sleep. One of them is the barrier between thought and speak are essentially negligible, so which isn't super great for a lot of people. For me, it just makes me, if anything, yap more. But it also means that a lot of, I wouldn't say significant portion, but a decent portion of what I'm talking about doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just like, what is he saying? Why is he saying it? I think this is a little, no? That's exactly what we want. Interesting. Still funny though. At least to me. Make sure this is good to go. This one. Anything else with this that we need to figure out? Not really. Because what we do is that the smoke is the same layer as shading. It kind of has that wispy feel to it. Make sure, yeah, that's about right. So, how are we going to deal with the actual ash on the buds? Because the point of this is that it just... right? So, I think, honestly... just do that. Yeah. Yeah, we just add a new palette to it. I don't necessarily like doing that just for consistency's sake, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Who are we gonna call it? We want... Okay. Honestly, I thought it was going to be as close as, I wouldn't say possible, but close enough where I could just copy things over, everything's going to be fine. I think it's different enough that it's probably better if we just do the normal color whatever, where we just do each, like, okay, cool, purple, and we knock out all the purple at the same time. That kind of deal. Right. So, for example, in this case, we're going to do this color, and yeah, perfect. What happened? There we go. I must have accidentally hit the remove one. Round, 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 and finally, as you can imagine, brown. And I considered trying to doing orange instead of brown, even though brown is technically just a darker bit of orange. But I don't know, it just didn't look right. For those that don't know, let me pull her up. Right here. If you look, this is OG Mama Dodo, by the way. Her eye is a shade of 3 separate colors of orange. You go brighter orange on the bottom, darker orange at the top, and then a more like a brown in the pupil, right? And I've tried like different like not really cutifying, but you know, more of a simplified approach of Mama Dodo's design. And so I've tried orange before, and orange is good, don't get me wrong. But when you try to mix the two, where you have more of an orange and brown, it adds just a touch too much detail. It has to be one color. And brown just turns out to be better from that standpoint. I don't understand it. All I know, I just do what looks decent to me. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Boop. There we go. And as I mentioned before, learning how to do this quickly, I think, is a good way to learn how to do things more efficiently, as far as really seeing the things that take a while and how to potentially streamline it. Because it matters, especially if you want to do things, I wouldn't say competitively, but professionally. But what do I know? I'm not a professional artist. If I do collaborations, am I considered a professional artist? Maybe. I feel like there's a weird line where it's just like if you work for a studio, if you work for yourself. Indie artist versus what's the term for VTubers? it's indie versus corpo artist. Not that I have anything wrong with either of those. Art is art. It is a wonderful world we live in. Well, I mean, I would like to stay as positive as that forever. I wish I could be like, Yeah, totally. Yeah, everything's great. Well, about that. So we're all the way up here. Why is this blue? Why did I make this blue? Has this whole thing been blue this whole time? No. Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I see it here. We're gonna switch this to vector. By the way, I use lines and vector layers. In particular, for the vector brush. I must have mixed it at some point. And then I flipped it. There we go. And then this got completely turned into blue here. Here as well. Bruh, I need to... If I select the line in the line art, maybe I wouldn't have to keep on going back and forth, now would I? This is the blue. What the frick? No, it's not. What the frick? I am losing my mind. The blue rods in my eyes are freaking out. Honestly, I know what it is. It's the orange. It's the brown. The brown is making the black look blue. It's why complementary colors are complementary. Which is why it's a bit difficult. Damn it. Shit. I should stop cussing, probably. Nah, fuck it. Let's see. I think... Excuse me. I think we need to start over. At least on this one. Because the problem with utilizing the wrong color here here's also another problem. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Alright, so what I need to do is now draw over the things I drew over before, but this time with a proper black marker. Oy vey. That's gonna be a nightmare. Can I like... That's not much easier. I could ignore it. Are people going to notice? Let's take a gander. You know, they might not. They might not notice. Let's move forward with it just just for the sake of like, hey, I don't want to have to redo this whole thing. So, is it close enough that people even care? If the answer is no, then don't bother with it. Even if I care, which I do immensely every time. But it's not about me. At least not this time. It is about... Actually, I don't know what it's actually about. I'm gonna be kind of real. Because a part of me wants to say like, oh, it's about y'all, and I'm like, I'm not. I mean, I am, but I'm also not. It's a super way of putting it. An expression shared and or given to you. It's truly a it's difficult for me to describe it in any other way, at least in my current state of, I wouldn't say health, but journey that I'm currently on, where art is in a lot of ways selfish, but also exceptionally giving. It's a weird kind of paradox, where you kind of sit there and you're like, hey, here's something that is all of me in this particular aspect, and I wanted to share it with you. And it's difficult to say if that's selfish or selfless. It's kind of like that. It's like a weird conundrum of the two. But so on one hand, it's a lie to say that it's not about y'all, but it's also a lie to say that it isn't. So here we are. A couple of liars. Hey Cyrix, how you doing? We're catching up on some art before we move on to our next segment, which is going over our game dev journey, which I don't think is gonna be a long conversation. I feel like we really didn't make a whole lot of progress. But at the very least, it will be an important one, and especially since it's kind of funny. The last time we did this was last year. Well, obviously last year. We said, well, we really want to have the demo done. Looks like someone's been clowning around here. Yeah, this is Scallion's work. Amazing work. As always. So it's you came right at the right time. But so I think, and then after about an hour or so of doing that, we're gonna work on the, you know what, this is what we're gonna do, because we need this costume ready to go for the next part anyway. So we are just going to finish it right now, spend the rest of the time talking about the game dev stuff, and then, you know, get right into trying out the new, we're gonna do Shift at Midnight, as well as, why can I not remember the name of the game? Storebound, which is essentially just like Lost in IKEA simulator. But it shouldn't take too much longer. How was your day so far, Cyrax? You stopped in and out for quite a bit. Hopefully you've had a good day. Do anything fun and/or special? Besides, you know, hanging out here. Let's see. At the very end, you do just a little bit of touch-ups on where the paint tool didn't quite do the job it needed to. But that's okay. The paint tool did most of the work for you. It's like me when I clean. Went to Lowe's with some people. Hell yeah! What'd you have for lunch? If you don't mind me asking. For all I know, you may be like, no, that is my secret. I shall tell no one, old man. For it is my hidey hole. If others find out where they were, then what happened to my wait time? Wait 30 minutes for my own food? Blasphemous. Mediterranean? Hell yeah. I need to try more Mediterranean foods. Silly! Welcome in, welcome in! How are you doing? It's been a hot minute. How have you been? Hopefully you've been well. Good, good. I'm finishing up a costume for the next game segment. So finishing that up and then talking about like game dev stuff. But what about you? What's going on in your life? It's been a hot second since you stopped by. Yeah, today's a second anniversary stream. It's been a full 2 years since we started streaming. I'm not gonna say to the day, but like end of March is when we celebrate it, so that's when we decided to celebrate it. Yeah, so I do a 24-hour stream. So 19 hours. We are at the home stretch essentially. Now I need to draw something. Look what you've done. Well, the one on the left is not me. That's Scallion. You know Scallion's work. Listen, you have a tall man or a tall I was gonna say they could also go by they them. Yeah, like that's very good. On the right, that's Mama Dodo there. Actually, speaking of which, let's do, now that it is past 7, let's switch to our nice, relaxing, chill costume. There you go. Mama Dodo on Mondays. Yeah. Exactly. And she kind of goes through it a little quick. Let's make sure that looks pretty good. It's a little animated. She kind of goes through it a little fast, but with only 6 frames, we do. She does what we can. She doesn't have any lungs. She'll be fine. Unlike the rest of y'all. Y'all, you can't. That's why there's a no smoking on her hat, because it's like, don't. Just don't. Alright, let's see here. This one. I mean, this one is yeah, we're just gonna take this first one and then just do what we can for after that. We try to overthink it, being like, I can make this do it. What did nothing? Oh yeah, the Poke Mama Dodo. Do you know why? Do you want to guess what Poke Mama Dodo does? And why it's only 50 channel points? Do you want to take a gander? It has a shiny Pokemon chance to jump scare you with Mama Dodo Poppy Playtime jump scare that we did when we were playing the Poppy Playtime stuff. I mean, I'm just letting you know. Like, that's it. Did I not put a description on there being like, hey, the small chance to jump scare you? Did I not put that on there? Because if so, honestly, that's my bad. Why small changes? Don't look at me. It was what was requested. That is what someone asked for. They said, "Hey, I spent 2,500 channel points," and they said, "Hey, I want to make it so that you could poke Mama Dodo, and there is a shiny Pokemon chance that it will jump scare you at the screen." And I'm like, I think they said specifically like Foxy jump scare or something, and I'm like, well, we have our own jump scare that we've made. I mean, if you want, I could show you. It's not. Yeah. Here. Boom. Get your butt in here. Here are the member rules. Respect TOS, keep it PG-13. That's literally it. Anyone can join. As long as you follow those rules and you don't make me regret it, anyone can hop in. If you need me to make a different page, because Scallion took quite a bit of the real estate. Nothing against Scallion whatsoever. They were pretty much given the whole page to work with, so I can get you a new one. Just let me know. I literally could just open it. Doing what we can with what we can. And I'm not worried about you silly. You're doing good. But I'm glad you're doing okay. I'm glad you're doing well. I think I forgot when I mentioned it, but I mentioned you a while back. It was definitely during an art stream. We pretty much do art streams now on Sundays. I'm not gonna say we do exclusively art on Sundays, but nowadays Sunday days are mostly art days. Yeah, I got you. Why? Resend email. Why? Oop, there you go. All yours. And whoever wants to join. Well, I'm glad to have you back. It has been a hot minute. Oh, right. Nope. This one. Perfect. There we go. There's silly drawings. I missed it so. Let's go. Oh, right. She had it, and then it's a little thicker. Let's do this. See if this works. It does. Sweet. Perfect. And pretty much for the most part, I trust y'all. That was funny. Like, I mentioned doing Magma on screen, just doing art with y'all in the community. And this was shortly after raiding, like, a different art streamer. And they were like, yeah, I could never trust my community for that. And I'm like, see, I trust y'all to do it well. I trust you to use... There's a certain kind of... the way I describe it is, there's a certain kind of... I don't know. When people give you that kind of trust, I find it's much more likely that people respect that. Especially the kinds of people that are used to the world kind of treating them like they can't handle responsibility. You know? Are you sorry? Are you trying to make it happen? Actually, wait a minute. Let me check. Was I right in the shiny odds, or was it 1 in 10,000? Let's see. Chat created. Let's see. I'm looking at the streamer bot now. Yeah, it is 0.00012 chance. So 0.00012 divided by 100. Wait, times 100? Am I dumb? So 100 plus 2 more zeros is 10,000. So it's a 1 in 10,000 chance. So it's not shiny chances. It's 1 in 10,000. So you're, by all means, you're more than welcome. But like you've hit a 1 in 10,000 chance if you do. Which, you know, might be a good thing for some of y'all. But it's also why I'm pretty confident that it's not going to happen. And if it does, it makes it extra special. And maybe, just maybe, I might consider skewing the odds in the other favor. Maybe I'll make it like a Halloween spook redeem where it's like your chances are doubled or something. And then people can try to make it happen. Who knows? Time to save up 10k points. Well, it would have to be 10k times 50, right? So 500k? If the points only cost 1, then yes, it would be 10k points. Otherwise, you know, I should probably be hurrying up since we're supposed to be doing game dev stuff. But I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm not in a rush. Probably because of the sleep deprivation. I mean, that would do it. Your brain's just kind of like, hey, you're kind of in like sloth mode, and I'm like, cool. $50k would be if they were worth 5 points. But they're not, are they? They're worth 50. So it's even more. Let's see. Unless my math not be mathing, especially. Yeah, 500. Okay, just making sure. I was gonna say I may be sleep deprived. I may be sleep deprived now, but don't get me wrong. My math is usually mathing pretty damn well. Now, again, we might have like a multi-pool system where you get to spin 50 and then you get 50 turns trying to do it. It'll trigger it 50 times. Granted, I can't imagine a situation where that would happen and would not entirely brick my computer because you spammed something that was triggering 50 times each. So, who knows? I think an easier solution would just be making the chances better and or making it cheaper. But I think chances better is probably better. Because you can make it cheaper all you want. All that will do is introduce spam. And no one likes spam. Unless it's on... What is spam? It's good with. Omelet? I've never been much of a spam stan. But, you know, other people live by it. And who am I to judge? I'm a recovering picky eater, after all. After this, it's the shadows. I think we're golden. And then we talk about game dev stuff. And we'll still have this up and about, don't you worry. If we start talking about game dev stuff, it's not like this stuff will go away. It just won't be like what's pulling in the... Well, it'll probably still pull in the most attention. I don't know how interesting going over the game dev stuff is going to be for people. But today is a day about celebrating the progress of a year and how important a milestone that is and how far one has traveled, where this effort is celebrated and rewarded. I think that's important because it's kind of something where you kind of have to, or at least for me at the very least, where I have to kind of teach myself a bit. Do we like the art? Ooh, I love the art. Lovely. I love the texture that you give Mama Dodo. You make her seem so fluffy. Which I do plan on representing that with like more of like a fuzz kind of deal. She's so cute though. As always, I've always loved your art. So, have you made any good art pieces lately? All right, there we go. Now do this. Yeah, good. Glad to hear it. One thing I wanted to mention, actually, is I am actually opening up my own commissions for art stuff. Talked about that earlier when we were going over the art stuff. Granted, at that point you were probably asleep. We went over the art stuff first, so that was 4 a.m. So I have a stinking suspicion you weren't there. Because of what I was gonna do was that I was gonna open it live, make it like $100,000. Your art is so peak. Thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot. And I've gotten nothing but support when it comes to that kind of stuff, and know that it means the world to me. Because it's you know, it's difficult to see it sometimes. But y'all help me stay grounded. Oh, thanks so. Know that you deserve just as much, if not more. But I'll be sure to announce it accordingly. It's not something that I plan on sitting on. Granted, I have a tendency to sit on a lot. Truly do. Oh, I know what. I remember what I brought your name up. There's a new-ish member of the community named Ludo. I think you two would get along really well. Hold on. Let me show you a little bit of art that she's done. And I apologize if this comes off as weird in any kind of way, shape, or form. Of just like member of my community being like, "Ooh, another member of my community. You're gonna like this other member of my community." But she goes by Luda. Let's see here. Did I also close? I did also close it. Do I have to do this all over again? Please, no, sir. Please, you just remember. Ooh, it did remember. Lovely. Perfect. Let's go down to... Where's my art? Where's my art? Where's a good one? What's a good one of hers? Honestly, the most recent one is pretty good. Here. On the top left here. This is her work. As well as here as well. Very good on the Spinosaurus. She loves Spinosauruses. Yeah, right? She's so good. She's so good. She does such good Spinosaurus art and stuff like that. Oh, it's so good, dude. I think you two would really hit it off. So, if you find yourself stopping by a little more often and you're both here at the same time, I'm gonna be like, ah, Ludo! Ludo, this is Silly! Silly, this is Ludo! She has a Instagram and stuff like that. But, like, I don't know. It's just something about the vibes. It's just something about y'all's vibes that I just kind of get that. I just get that feeling, you know? Where I'm just like, oh, y'all, I think y'all would really get along. I don't know why. But something to look forward to. Dodo senses. Exactly. The dodo senses are tingling. Usually I have to go to the doctor when it happens, but, you know. In this case, I think they'll make an exception. Okay, so now... Why do I even bother bringing this over? I think what I'm going to do is actually... We're going to copy... We're going to boom, boom, paste. Oh, whoa. There you go. Copy. You want to know a pretty funny story? I recently got my hands on the Clip Studio Paint like permanent version because I was tired of tired of paying the subscription. So I was sitting here with the subscription and I was like, okay, cool. It was like they had the sale, right? They had the sale where they upgraded to 5.0, and so you can get like a permanent 5.0 version for like $30. And I was like, cool, I'll just get that. And this is for my iPad, right? And I read it. I was like, oh, so it's for Windows and Mac OS. It's an iPad. It's Mac OS, right? First of all, no, that's not how that works, apparently. So apparently for the iPad, you could only do the subscription. So I had a permanent licensure for Clip Studio of that I wasn't actively using. And I was like, okay, well, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? I have nothing to really draw my computer with. I guess I could try to get one, but then I was hanging out in another art stream, and we were talking about the Clip Studio Paint, and that there was a there was that sale going on, and someone mentioned like, oh, I really wish I could have been there. I always wanted to do Clip Studio Paint, but it was just always so expensive. And I was like, ooh, I think it would be cool if I gave them my code, because it's not like I needed it. So I messaged them and I was like, hey, do you want mine? And they were really chill about it. And we went through the whole process of it, and it turns out that because I tried to like see if it even worked on my iPad, it was bound to my account even though I can't use it. So not only can I not use it on the equipment that I wanted to use it on, and don't have the equipment to use it on the thing that it's meant for, I can't even give it away to someone else to use it. And I'm just like, Clip Studio, what the fuck? Come on. I'm trying here. Please. I'm trying so hard. Why? Comment on the daily speak about. I mean, I don't know. It's just a part of my. There's like a weird little weight scale in my head that says if you get more joy out of it than I do, then you deserve it more. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like this weird, like, okay, the net impact of the world is positive if this action is done. So of course I would do it. Like, it's I don't get it. I don't get it. Because if it's worth almost nothing to me and so much for someone else, why wouldn't I give it away? Why wouldn't I? Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not, like, something that I deeply care about, I'm just going to throw away because someone wants it more. That's different, right? So, but at the same time. Boom. I have a sneaking suspicion we're not going to be talking about game dev stuff. I have a suspicion that I'm gonna finish and be like, cool, everything looks great, amazing, super great, and I'm gonna look and it's gonna be like, okay, you have 10 minutes to talk about game dev. Which is, you know what? Sometimes that just be how it be. But I want to have this ready for the what's coming up at 8. Also, if you manage to be here at midnight at the end of this stream, we're opening last year's time capsule, where we see like my video that I left for myself last year and see how well, I won't even say how well I've matched up to it, but just kind of like see how it turned out, you know? See how I feel about it. And then I make another one for next year. And then post that one up. And then I probably will eat food and then go to bed for like 10 hours. It'd be like 3 a.m. No. You are absolutely fine. I plan on posting it on YouTube anyway. So like, it's no big deal. All the VOD stuff will be on YouTube. And I'll probably, just like the last year's time capsule, I'll probably make a separate video. Yeah, I definitely need it. Right now it's less of a tired and more to do with just like certain parts of my brain is just off. I mean, what I guess I could have. No. A part of me is like looking for like shortcuts, or like, oh, if I just copy paste it all the way down, then you wouldn't have the wobbly. And it's important to have the little mistakes, the little differences per takes. Okay, it makes it look alive. It makes it look like a human made it. And in today's day and age, worth its weight in gold. That's why I've really been enjoying the wobbly line art that I've been doing. Oh, you want to see all the different costumes, Sally? I'm gonna distract myself because why not? It's my stream. I do what I want. Let's see. We got. All right, we have. Radio host Mama Dodo, also known as caffeine addicted Mama Dodo. Then we have realtor Mama Dodo, who was stuck in trying to sell haunted houses. So she's, you know, a little bit anxious considering. Then we have food delivery Mama Dodo, where she delivers food for people, obviously. I feel like I don't know even why I need to describe that. And then we have press Mama Dodo, where they are basically the theme of today is Mama Dodo. The stream isn't really paying the bills, so Mama Dodo had to pick up a few side gigs to make ends meet. So we're playing a bunch of like odd job games today, which is why we're ending it with late night, like midnight shift, which is like you work at a gas station, and storebound, which is you work in like a super center. It's like you don't work at a super center, but like you're trapped in a super center. And why she's obsessed with smoking, because in my mind, people take smoke breaks. Yeah. The smoke Mama Dodo is gas attendant Mama Dodo. It's basically gas attendant / supermarket worker. It's kind of like a little bit of both. Ordering a Bronto burger on Just Eat right now. Funny enough, that game was so the games according to them were what was it? It was killer frequency for this one. It was captured for this one. It was Pacific Drive for this one, and then what's it called? Headliners for this one. Very good. And of course, I was just like, cool. I could make all these in one day. And I in fact did not. It was beyond did not. So did not, actually. But I think they turned out pretty well. I think the most disappointing one for me was the press one. I try. I certainly try. It's a combination of procrastination, determination, and obsession with burning yourself out. In that case, I honestly don't do it. I still am trying to find a healthy relationship when it comes to productivity and work. And it's going to be something I'm going to be trying to figure out. I'm not going to say for the rest of my life, but it's going to be a while. What everything but the first two? Oh, the product. Oh, got you. No, I follow you. We're just gonna do a little bit of that. Show a little bit of shadow. Alright, we need to. And it's also why we wanted to show Mama Dodo have the dark circles under her eyes, showing how tired she is. What's my favorite dinosaur? You're asking me to choose my children? How dare you? If I had to choose my favorite dinosaur, I guess it's a two-parter, because my favorite prehistoric creature is probably the Quetzalcoatl. But they're not technically dinosaurs, so I know there's gonna be a couple actuallys about that. I like different ones for different reasons. Like, I'm so real. Like, the Stegosaurus's plates and Thagomizers are so cool, and I love the Ceratopsids, like crests and crest variations and horns and like all these like different uniqueness to them. Like I love different dinosaurs for different reasons, so it's hard for me to be like, which one do you love most? Because I'm just like, I don't know, man. If I had to guess which one I draw the most, especially growing up, it was definitely T-Rex. It's what drawing the T-Rex was the gateway drug to drawing dragons. It was like a single step. You just throw wings on a T-Rex and you got a dragon. It was great. Spinosaurus, seriously though, like there's some serious Spinosaurus love here. Seriously, like I'm honestly surprised. I want to say like 5 or 6 of y'all, it's your favorite. I'll steal the stego because you're feeding off the. Well, I was gonna say, like we have the banner for the 2nd year anniversary stuff. Y'all are always welcome to put in what you want to represent yourself of being part of this event. You could be whatever you want, really. But I think 2 people did Stegosaurus, and then 1 person said a bunch of saber-toothed tiger cubs in a giant trench coat trying to be a person. And I remember last year there was something about a burger, like a T-Rex burger, like a T-Rex made of a burger. And I remember Alice's one having like a Quetzal head or something. I have it written down somewhere. I haven't like forgotten. Yeah, I was thinking suspicion with the whole game dev thing might not actually. I think that's honestly my fault. Well, I mean, obviously it is my. Whose fault is it if it's not my fault? I think it's my fault because game dev is probably the. I'm not gonna say driest, but you know, driest. and it's at the end of the everything, and I'm just like, bro, I don't got the mental fortitude to talk about game dev right now. I barely have mental fortitude to talk about dragons, and I could talk about dragons all day. Like, what do you, what? Like, bruh, learn yourself. But I used to love the crap out of drawing dragons. Dragon Riders of Pern. Why does that sound so familiar? I might have. I know I read Aragon. And I had the Dragonology book growing up. If you know, you know. I also grew up with the Encyclopedia of Biology of Star Wars or something. I also had that at one point. But I gave that other one away for oh gosh, here's the blue again. What the frick? Where did you come from? Oh, right. This is the blue where we're pretending it doesn't exist. Got it. No. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. By making a cafe more sci-fi than fantasy. Yeah, but I love sci-fi. Sci-fi's the GOAT, dude. And you have to listen. Sci-fi and fantasy are a lot closer than people let on. It's just about how much you're willing to dismiss your what's the word I'm looking for? Something belief. Where it's like, okay, how much are you willing to turn your brain off? Because if it's not at all, then you're very much a sci-fi nerd. If you want to not think at all, then fantasy's the way to go. And Kevin used to play with the line between fantasy and sci-fi. Exactly. I love it. It's I don't know, man. I mean, you'll find it in my works too. But if I had to really be like, okay, what genre is like my shit? Dark fantasy. Dark fantasy is my shit. I will eat up dark fantasy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It won't even bat an eye. But sci-fi, horror sci-fi is my favorite, like, media to consume. Like, get me some kind of weird deep space nonsense that is horror adjacent. I will eat that up for breakfast. I just said that. I'll eat that up. Oh, Mama's Tego! Gosh, she's so cute. I will do my best not to explode, but only for you, Silly. I think there's actually a request to have Mama Hadro. For those that don't know, there's like a type of hadrosaur. I forget the name of it. It might just be hadrosaur. That is known as like the mother dinosaur, essentially. And so it's like, oh, let's just see Mama Dodo in a different like dino form. I thought it was a very good idea. Obviously, I'm going to be doing it eventually. Just like I'm doing everything else eventually. Will eventually come? Well, we'll find out. I certainly hope so. Bulbasaur! Yes! Exactly. You get it. Honestly, that just looks bad. Even it might be not even grammatically correct. That's not the right word. closing my eyes and pick. I'm just gonna draw one of my OCs out of random. Go for it. Draw your OCs. Love to see them. I need to finish drawing mine. And by drawing, I mean like designing them. And being like, okay, cool. What feels right for all this? Certainly not gonna be today, tell you that much. Today, it is a barely functioning. We are going to make this work. I'm not even sure how this time capsule gonna look like. I'm gonna be real. To draw a friggin' maze. You're still trying to like get it down. Get the design down. You're just not used to her yet, huh? Are. There, boom. Boom. Let's see the final bit. There she is, smoking away. Just eating it at, like, light speed. My God. Somebody, stop her. It's alright, she doesn't have any organs to ruin. Can't say the same for y'all though, so don't you dare. Literally is satire about working a minimum wage job, so don't you effing dare. Alright. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 10 minutes. What advertisements is telling you that smoking cigarettes is healthy for you? They are lying through their teeth. Yeah, sorry everybody if you're trying to tune in for the game dev stuff. I think we're skipping that today. If you want to know the progress of things, we have the bots. And I could definitely run things down when I have a better clear head. But for now, I just don't have the brain space for it. I used all my brain space trying to catch up on the animations that I didn't do. Or I didn't finish. I've completed 2 of them and I did most of the others. If I had 3 hours more, I could have done it, but your boy needed to sleep. And honestly, the reason it was so rough today is because I was still kind of recovering from late night shifts from doing overstock stuff, where they essentially overworked me. There's Mason, never drawing her again, she sucks. I don't know, I like Maze. I think Maze is fine. What's wrong with Maze? Yeah, about 20 hours. I'll be able to wake up a little bit more once we start doing like the late night shift stuff. Unfortunately, we're out of drinks. We're out of like caffeinated drinks. We're not technically out of caffeinated drinks. I could switch to Dr. Pepper, but I know for a fact that if I switch to Dr. Pepper, it's gonna suck. Well, I think it's a good idea to process your OCs. Who said Dr. Pepper? Are you a Dr. Pepper drinker? I don't know why I said it like that. Why did I say it like kitten? It's good, but it's the sugar. It's way too much. I like it better than Coke. I prefer it. better than pretty much most other drinks. Sprite's still king, but Sprite doesn't have caffeine. But the thing I drove literally 40 minutes one way to get in order to make sure that I was able to drink the right amount of caffeine without feeling like absolute dog water is sparkling ice. Sparkling ice blue raspberry caffeine drink is really, really good. Not sponsored. I just really like them. And it doesn't make me feel like absolute garbage when I drink it. So, it's really nice. Vanilla. No, it's not. I don't think that's bad in the slightest. See, my mom's a Coke drinker. Not anymore. She was recently diagnosed diabetic, so she had to stop. But, yeah, Coke is... I'm not a fan. Tastes like absolute poop to everyone else. More for you. And that also means that more than likely it's more consistently on sale because they're trying to get rid of it. Because no one's buying it. So, all for you. Stock up. Why not? That's called an environmental niche. Enjoy it. You have no competition. Hey, Piranha! Welcome back! You're alive! Let's go! Oreo flavored Coke? That sounds awful. Those feel like two whole different kind of sugar profiles. Like imagine eating an Oreo and then drinking a Coke. It's like, no, ugh. There's a thing in America apparently. As someone in America, I don't. It's probably Southern, and I'm in the South, but even so, it must be Southern. I'm glad it doesn't exist where you are too. I'll be real. Granted, I've always wanted to try fried Oreo. They do have that here. A lot of places have that here. More than you'd think. Anything fried. Pretty much anything and everything fried is here. At least I have Freddy Fanta. Freddy from Fazbear Fanta? Or is Freddy Fanta different than Wana Fanta? Okay, dare I ask, what is the flavor of Freddy Fazbear? And you better keep your answers clean. Or keep your mouth shut. It's literally just fantasy with Freddy Fazbear smacked into it. Which flavor is fantasy? Now you're just shooting concepts at me. It's just okay. Alright, I was gonna say, yeah, it's the fantasy flavor, and I was gonna make a joke about, well, I'm more of a sci-fi flavor Fanta myself, but you know, you do you. Unless they start doing a dark fantasy Fanta, I don't want a piece of it. It's like, it's Fanta at night, and then there's a wolf howl in the background. And then everyone's just like, shit, I know that this is targeted directly at me and it's working. Okay. I need to set this up anyway. I mean, you can keep on poking Mama Dodo all you want. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance that you're gonna regret it. And if you do, well, looks like you had a lot. I regret nothing. Good. You shouldn't. You should live a life that you do not regret anything. Granted, that's nigh impossible, but do your best. Only 10k? I mean, 1 in 10k, but you need like 500,000 points in order to statistically hit it. Why did they throw your 20k points in the fire. What? Do your points disappear if you leave for a certain amount of time? That's another tally on making our own system. As far as I don't know if you were here for it, but there was a period of time where we tried to make our own like Twitch API stuff, so that because I was kind of tired of the way that they were going about doing channel points and whatever. So what I wanted to do was that we had our own like a dodo economy, where you would exchange channel points for our like soul points, and then you would redeem it for the same stuff like normal, but I would be able to one, see how y'all like how much people have, and and another example of that is the fact that you wouldn't lose those damn points. Doconomy. I mean, little a dichotomist, you know. All right, let's do a little bit of an ad break. Just 3 minutes. You'll be fine. Trust me. You'll be good. You'll be good. Just go to the bathroom, get some water, do whatever. And when you get back, we're gonna get started on some market stuff and switch to a different character costume. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to run to the restroom, because it's been a hot minute since I've gone to the restroom. So let me take care of that. I might be a little bit late, but enjoy art in the meantime, and I'll be back shortly.
my things and walk away. Try so hard to let you go, but I know I'll never break away. Take my things and walk away. Try so hard to let you go, but I know I'll never break away.
Thank you for being patient. Welcome back. Idealist comes back from going to the bathroom for the first time of the day during the 20th hour of the stream. If you look over to your left, you can see the mountains, and to your right, you can see we're crashing into the ocean. Thank you for flying Dodo Airlines. Flightless for a reason. I don't know where that came from. That just kind of came out of me. Anyway, let's play some games. Listen, sometimes you say the bit. Sometimes the bit just consumes you. And don't worry, this will stay up. You're welcome to continue drawing in it. And once it is done, we'll be posting that in the Discord of the Magma Chat. Did you wash your hands? Of course I did. Well, what the hell are you talking about? Why would I not wash my hands? Who doesn't wash their hands when they go to the bathroom? Why would I lie? Oh. Shit, she's on to us. Mama Dodo, run! Mama Dodo! Mama Dodo, you need to get out of here. You need to get out of there. They're going for you. Hurry! Go! Go, Mama Dodo! Go! Go, Mama Dodo! Run! Run as fast as you can! Make sure they never catch you! Never catch you! Alright, fine. Alright, fine, I'll bring her back. There, happy? You happy she's back now? Look what you did. Look what you've done. Look at her in her eye. Look at her tired eyes. Look what you've done.